The hour of 11:30 having arrived, the Santa Cruz City Council will come to order and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Triguero.
Present.
Councilmember Bruner is absent. Councilmember Newsom.
Present.
Boulder. Here. O'Hara. Here. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Present.
And Mayor Cooley.
Present. Before we move to the statement of disqualifications, Councilmember Bruner is not here today. She is traveling on city business. She is a member of League of Cities committee that works on important issues for our city, and she is on city business today. Statement of disqualifications. Any member have a statement on the on the closed session? On the open session? All right. Thank you. Please.
Question actually for the city attorney, and I don't think it is a conflict of interest, but I did notice with the Bay Avenue, is that because I'm the principal at Bayview? I don't think there is one because it's government.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay,
your
but I
income
just wanted
source
to
is not
disclose that. We've explored it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Let me invite public comment on our closed session. For those of you unfamiliar with it, we will be taking up closed session items, which include various claims and conference labor negotiations. I also want to ask the Assistant City Attorney, you sent us a memo about a late addition into closed session. Will you disclose that now?
Yes, I'd like to propose that the council add a subsequent need item on the closed session agenda today. It's a matter of existing litigation. The case is called United States and State of California et al. Ex rel. John Hendricks versus JM Manufacturing Company, and its case number ED5:06 CV 00055 GWPJW. And the reason why I'm requesting that this be added as a subsequent need item is because that the need for council action came to our attention after the posting of the council agenda, and there's a potential need for council action before the next council meeting.
Without objection,
I was going to say, do you need a motion? If so, so moved.
without objection, we will add that by unanimous consent. Do you need a motion?
I would like a motion and a
Motion
vote.
by Councilmember Golder, second by Councilmember O'Hara. Is there debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Cooley.
Aye. Motion passes. It will be added to the closed session agenda. This would be the opportunity for any member of the public who is with us today or anyone online to comment on the closed session items, including the one that was added a moment ago. Anyone in chambers wish to make comment? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Bush, do we have anyone online?
No one with their hand up, no.
No one online with their hand up. What we will do at this point is the council will adjourn into closed session. We will come back from closed session no earlier than 12:30. If we adjourn earlier than that, we will still not come back here till 12:30. It could be, however, that we are in closed session longer than 12:30, in which case we will return when we return. At this point, we adjourn into closed session. The Santa Cruz City Council has completed its work in closed session, and we are now back in open session. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Triguero.
Present.
Councilmember Bruner is absent today. Councilmember Newsom.
Present.
Boulder. Here. O'Hara. Here. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Present.
Mayor Cooley.
Present. We have a quorum. Let me, for those of you that may wonder where Councilmember Bruner is. Councilmember Bruner is in Sacramento today on city business as part of an official
Recording in
assignment
progress.
that she has from the city. So she will not be with us today. But if you were concerned about her health or something, she is just fine. She's traveling on city business. We are on oral communications. This would be the opportunity for anyone to address the city council on a matter under our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. By prior arrangement, with Carolyn Coleman and others. We have a oral communication presentation today that is a bit unusual, and I am not going to impose our usual 2-minute time limit on them. I'm going to give them 5 minutes instead. So if you would come up, good afternoon. We are very excited to hear from you. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Bonjour. Hola. Buenos días.
Buenos dias.
We are here to celebrate a beautiful event that is coming up this weekend, which is Vive Oaxaca in Santa Cruz, California. We are celebrating 20 years, and we wanted to bring something special to this beautiful city, which is musicians, cocineras, also artists, which are dancers that are coming here to perform with our beautiful team that we already have of dancers here in this beautiful city as well, called Centro de Danza y Baile. But we're also going to be getting also members from different areas, indigenous community members from different areas, local areas or surrounding areas of the city. And I want to invite everyone, including all community members of this beautiful city, once again, this April, we're going to start our event tomorrow, Wednesday, April 23rd. From 5 to 6, we're going to be doing a sidewalk, basically processions from Brancy 40 Small Schools to Cooper Street. So we're going to have a Cooper Street fiesta tomorrow. And that fiesta is going to be from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And also, we would like to invite everyone else at Brancy 40 Small Schools on April 24th. We're going to be having our music and mole. So today, we're going to be having a little sample of what we're going to be talking about, except for the mole. The mole is going to be there on Thursday. And then we have our Guelaguetza, which is our 20th anniversary. It's going to be at Brancy 40 Small Schools, also on April 27th. Before we do this beautiful presentation, I would like to thank Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Fred Keeley. Thank you for for helping supporting the organization, Senderos, as well as all council members. Thank you very, very, very much. We would also like to thank City Arts Commission and Kathy Mintz for sponsoring Guelaguetza, City Parks for special events grant for Cooper Street Fiesta. And we would like to also thank the City Council for the core funding that we're doing for folklorico dance and music classes. These are free classes that we're providing to all Latino and Indigenous community members. We're also going to like to mention two wonderful people. These wonderful people 20 years ago were part of this vision, which is celebrating Oaxaca in Santa Cruz. We have La Maestra Fe Silva Robles. And we also have Doctora Nereida Robles. Because of these two wonderful people, we have this event. So now I would like to present to you the wonderful musicians from Oaxaca, Mexico. We have different members of the state of Oaxaca, we're talking about the state band, symphony, and also other major band, collaborations that we're having. So please welcome the band, which is called Oaxaca Band, which translates, it's a Zapoteco name, which translates to Oaxaca Lives.
Wonderful, welcome. I can hardly wait for this. It's so great.
equivocada estás, porque yo con esta vida siempre he sido muy feliz. Que no te casarás con aquel que parrandeando siempre con la banda está. Tú lo dices así, sin saber de dónde vengo, sin saber de dónde soy. Pero lo que tú no sabes que soy de un pueblo alegre, ahí se baila con banda, se brinda con bachman, noches de calenta, mezcal y de cerveza, un beso con tepache y jamás olvidarás.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful space. And once again, we would like to invite everyone. Viva Oaxaca Guelaguetza in Santa Cruz this Sunday, April 27th. Doors open at 9:30, so we will be waiting for you at Brancy 40 Small Schools. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It is a real pleasure to have you here, Ms. Coleman, and all of your folks. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. The Oaxaca community is such an important part of the diversity of our community. And I know that Councilmember Triguero, this event is going to occur in her district. She'll be there over the weekend, and we look forward to seeing all of you. You are working security. Well, my goodness. I feel safe already. There we go. Well, thank you all so much for being here. Best wishes. We'll see you over the weekend. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Well, now for a more sedate presentations under oral communications. Please, this will be the opportunity for anyone who is with us to address us under oral communications. Good afternoon, Mr. Cole. Did you bring your band with you?
I'll tell you what, that was a beautiful introduction. My goodness gracious. And I think you guys are very deserving of this plaque I have designed for you. And this plaque is what we should put at the Three Princes of Surf Point. You know what? It was inspired by my grandchildren. I want you to think about this because grandmothers and grandfathers are standing before me. And my grandchildren, I was sent a picture by my son. My grandchildren were buffing the plaque at Wagner Park in Aspen, Colorado. A beautiful thing. Now, I want your grandchildren to buff this plaque. And I want their great-grandchildren to buff this plaque, because that's what happens when you get one of those things. I'm so happy and proud of my two grandkids doing that. And it doesn't hurt for just a quick, I'm worried about ego and all that stuff being too much, but this is my mall planning meetings at this Aspen Institute. I did 5 of them, and I did 10 Aspen committee meetings, and I did 5 city council meetings about the malls. And this is what the malls look like. I just tried to show you this because it's not as though you don't have a little experience right here. Wishfully, I'll have some influence on what you do at that point. And I'm sorry to do it, but yes, that's the plaque. Now, we know that there's quite a celebration of individuals who would be paying for this if we do it right. And I think the key word there is do it right. The state, quite honestly, I have a feeling Sonia is visiting them today, and I so totally am asking their compatibility with your resolutions and also the county supervisor's resolutions, which are, let's do a handicap accessible 4% slope. Now, theirs doesn't do it. They've got 10 steps coming down. Sonia, are you listening? And then also a 5-foot barrier right here at the end. The 5-foot barrier keeps people from coming back this direction if they've jumped over it, and they will. Is that 1 minute? Okay, this is what we should do. And this is what it could look like. The state's is not even close. And I do think Sonia and you need to really make a stand this is your reward and your accomplishment in the city of Santa Cruz that you could be very, very proud of. Or, quite honestly, this looks like the Mojave Desert that they did, the Mojave Desert. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
I will distribute a 4-sheet piece of paper for you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Phillip, good afternoon.
Extra time or vacation day, that's good. Anyway, I would like to join in the proclamation of May as the Socialist Anti-Capitalist, Less Private Property Government Subsidized Price Fixing House Month. You're welcome. Otherwise, my reflections on last meeting's EIFD presentation, recall that made a permanent forever set aside of undefined incremental property tax revenues to dedicate to service debt leveraged financing for projects in a newly defined district, and 10 ideas were presented. I would say 8 will never generate revenue. They're all just wish lists of fun projects. And only 2 have potential, like the arena or the housing infrastructure, which at best are investments with long lead times in years. So that hockey stick chart the presenter presented of ever-rising revenue from day one isn't exactly truth, is it? Also ignored is that the city has a backlog of unfunded liabilities. It's huge, hundreds of millions of dollars in CIP, where these EIFD wish lists would probably leapfrog in front of them, as usual. But for sure, however, much inflation increases the cost of existing services, you will then have less money to fund existing needs with, meaning eventually you will run shorter of money for sure at first for those. I think you should define at least one such revenue-producing project with the sharp pencils before proceeding with the district instead of the troublesome we'll figure it out later approach. And I must mention increasing revenue should not by itself ever be a self-justifying priority. Lastly, to your politics, the Democratic Party is finished in its present form and needs to change. Resist the urge of doubling down with the crazy stuff like we are seeing all around us. Actions like supporting open borders, sanctuary city status, or the trans men or women with women's rights, which forever is going to be a falsehood of reality. Those are all going to be big loser issues for anyone who continues to support them. And I'll name some others, basically the entire hate of Trump, Musk, stop ICE, favor radical Palestinian views and actions, wildly protesting any end to the Ukraine war, refusing to eliminate DEI discriminations, continuing to promote the divisions of resentment using identities of race, gender, and victimhood, that BLM billboard out there, mob rule socialism, and destroying the American culture through this multiculturalism's giving a total pass on assimilation, yes, and Marxism, and they'll all be seen as capital L losers, or better, they better be if we want America great again. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Phillip. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Sanford. I'm here to talk about the Murray Bridge project.
Good afternoon.
You guys, city did zero in preparation and planning to tell the businesses what is going on. The Harbor held a meeting at Sims Center regarding what was going on. The city didn't do anything. The city didn't tell us when construction was going to start. I've heard and just got an email from your head of public works that this possibly could go into a 4th year if their alternative construction method doesn't work out. So they knew that. When they say only 170 days of closed traffic in one direction, of complete closure, that doesn't include weekends. We're looking at 4 years of that road being closed. The Seabright neighborhood has lost 10,000 cars a day going through that way, going through the area, and nobody did anything to prepare us. We just also got an email saying that we could get a 1-week notice when it's going to be closed in both directions. I asked the head of public works, are we going to see a bunch of people working on this since it's a main thoroughfare? No, we won't. Are we going to do anything about traffic mitigation? Well, we're counting cars. How are you counting cars? Well, we're not really counting cars. You guys supposedly hired a traffic consultant to go over this. Why wasn't that done prior? Why wasn't anything done as far as marketing, outreach, traffic mitigation, things like that done at all? You guys are looking at putting a roundabout at 7th and Bromer. Roundabout won't fit there. This is just complete mismanagement of this whole thing, and it just started. You know, you're going to kill the Seabright neighborhood. I was here on March 11th at your last meeting saying the same thing. I'm going to be here continuously. My sales are down 25%. Tremonte said theirs down 35%. Brady's, everybody. Nobody wants. Last night I was down at the Harbor, And where are we gonna go eat? Oh, we don't want to drive all the way around to Seabright, so we'll just go to the other way. You guys have completely cut off traffic from the east side into the Seabright neighborhood. And then shortly, it's gonna be closed in both directions. When? Nobody knows. Nobody knows when it's gonna be closed in both directions. Maybe you guys could tell us. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to, in just a minute here, Ms. Heeren, we're going to take the first person online, and then we'll be right with you, sir. Person online, good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting under oral communication.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Ann Simonton, and I've been in town for over 50 years, or almost 50 years. This is in regard to the 20-story buildings slated in town through a rushed FEIR report that has recently went before the Planning Commission. The purpose of an FEIR report is to respond to all public comments on the DEIR. And they were barely given time. It was nearly a 400-page document. How could anybody evaluate the responses when what we are seeing are very inadequate responses to the community concern? Plus, the group the city council hired to do this extraordinarily rushed job lumped all community questions together under topics and offered these generic, unspecified answers. Unlike other FEIRs, which answer each question, even if they have been given the answer before, it's customary to list exactly where it is inside this document. I want to remind the city council that you are elected to represent the voice of our community, not special interests. Ever since Kalantari Johnson pushed a gerrymandered district map that is, making our community voters suffer, it's basically created this terribly disenfranchised group of people here that have no voice to reflect our community. And actually, that's criminal behavior. Each and every one of you on this council was endorsed by the deep pockets of Santa Cruz Together. This is an organization backed by big real estate money. Don't think our community is ignorant that the glossy mailers and deep pockets that have endorsed each and every one of you seated. Santa Cruz Together is a sham organization abusing our city, and yet you continue to rubber stamp endless housing projects.
Thank you. Mr. Ewing, good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the council meeting.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It hasn't been a meeting in quite some time. Lots of stuff is going on in Santa Cruz. I don't know where to start or begin. Lots of stuff is going on in the nation and the world. I mean, some people describe another black swan event that started maybe in 2020. They're 90-year cyclic events. Tariffs were going on for the 1929 stock market crash. What did that do to the funds of the United States? And then during the Civil War as well. So I live off of 26th Street, and I've lived off of Portola. Since I've lived in the flats, which is an area not in the mountains, since 2015. I moved into this county in 95. I'm somewhat impacted. On April 5th, Saturday, I was traveling not over that bridge because it's closed, but I was taking SoCal, and I was blown away about the amount of traffic. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So there are some real concerns there. I don't know if people remember what happened when the Bay Bridge was replaced. The contractors were Chinese. They brought in barges. They brought in huge sections, and they did some amazing work. I mean, it's my understanding that the Chinese are going to invade from Santa Cruz, and so why not ask them to bring along some bridge sections to fix that? I'm joking, and I'm not joking. So there's a lot of other things to comment on. Sometimes we can comment on the mayoral proclamations. Sometimes we can't. So I guess I won't at this point, but I would like to. Besides that, it's actually just kind of fun to be in the arena. I know that that bridge closure is affecting people's businesses, but so is the sound ordinance. And I guess I'll leave it at that for now. We'll just talk later. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Ms. Bush, we have another person online. We'll take that person, then we'll be right with you, sir. Person online, good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting under oral communication.
Good afternoon. Recently, orders were issued by the city to Hilltop to fix massive drainage leaks across the property as well as other repairs, such as huge cracks in my own apartment. And while I appreciate these actions that the city has taken, I'm here to say that it's not enough. First, we need strict enforcement of these orders that sends a message to Greystar and UC Regents to take the safety of tenants seriously. Orders to fix my own apartment could only be accomplished by the due date of 4/26 if Hilltop had released me for my lease to start work. They refused, however, unless I signed a form agreeing not to sue them for damages. Because I would not, they have been frantically covering up evidence of a sewer water flood in their only vacant unit that wasn't completed until a few days ago. Units being flooded out by sewer water is a regular occurrence here. They are now trying to force me to relocate to another water damaged unit without housing authority approval, which would jeopardize my housing. 4/26 is now only days away and repairs haven't even started. These delays were avoidable and intentional. Please do not grant an extension that would reward this failure. Second, the city needs to order testing by experts to understand the extent of the damage done by long-term chronic saturation of wastewater. Experts like environmentalists to test for pathogens like bacteria and viruses such as E. coli, and an engineer to evaluate the integrity of the structures. There needs to be major internal testing for mold infestation that could be spreading through the framing and insulation. There are so many other harms being suffered by tenants that cannot be squeezed into 2 minutes, such as predatory financial practices, discrimination, and the gross disregard for quiet enjoyment. The city's tax dollars are being wasted because of the constant noise complaints and parking wars that Hilltop ignores. We need the city to have a sense of urgency and really start listening to get involved where they are needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the council meeting.
Hey, everybody. Mr. Bradley Snyder. I was at the library up in the outer reaches of the county, and I was using a computer, and a guy came and he said, you go to city council. You speak at city council. I said, yeah. And he says, you're James Ewing. No, I'm Bruce Campbell. You can call me Trombone Shorty. But anyway, yeah, I'd rather be mistaken for Matt or Tony, perhaps. But let's see. The objections I've made on many occasions about the development were, actually relieved to a great degree, talking with Lee Butler briefly earlier about how many of the units. I read Shebra's op-ed about the units are all being low income at the Metro. And so the ratios are much different than I had thought. Some of my other concerns are the fact that they're bypassing, parking requirements for such large buildings. Even if you had parking, there would be problems with these buildings. Once the new buildings that are being built are opened, I feel there's going to be very, very limited parking in downtown. And that's already a problem. It's an extreme problem. So that leads me to another thing I wanted to suggest to council. The circulator, which is a great thing. Everybody loves it, especially when it looks like a trolley, or, like everybody loves how it costs $0.25 and it gets you to the beach and back. One thing I think it should do is circulate to the county buildings parking lot, as well as all of the parking garages that exist in downtown Santa Cruz. So, just a simple little manipulation to the routing, and a few benches maybe, and you've got yourself a much more efficient system to have people park, and then billboard advertise that on Ocean Street, by the way. What else do I have to say? It's terrifying. It's awful that Sonia's not here. I wonder where she is, but maybe she is enjoying the beautiful spring day. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, perhaps you weren't here. You were asking about Councilmember Bruner. Councilmember Bruner is absent today on council business, on city business in Sacramento. Just so you knew.
Yeah, I don't ever do anything like that, like do business things.
Thank you, sir. We have another person online with their hand raised? No? Anyone else wish to address us under oral communication? Good afternoon and welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Jasmine Venegas, and I am your government affairs representative for PG&E. I am your point of contact. I'm the point of contact for elected officials and city staff. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you, but not everybody, so I wanted to take the opportunity to show up here in person and address you so you can match a face to a name. You've received my emails by now, I'm sure, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm a resource to you, so please feel free to reach out. Essentially, if you have questions about anything related to PG&E, I am responsible for finding the information you need or connecting you to the right person in the company. One of the main roles I play is updating you if we have significant power outages that affect the community. You can and should reach out to me for updates in these types of situations. I have some business cards that I'm going to drop here so that you can have my information. Also, I would like to take a moment to publicly acknowledge that we at PG&E have had our fair share of challenges. I'm sure you are fully aware over the years, and we recognize that we need and will do better. Having been with the company for a little over 5 months now, I can attest that internally and publicly, the commitment to our customers and hometowns that we serve is real, it's sincere, and it is deeply rooted in doing better. And please count on me to help do that. With that, in this spirit, I commit to being responsive, honest, and direct about all situations we may encounter. And I personally believe that trust and good working relationship is built one conversation at a time. Now, to this end, I will be reaching out to schedule coffee so that I can better understand your priorities, concerns, and provide you with information. So I look forward to meeting you sometime soon, and I will drop my business cards so that you have them handy.
Welcome to the community, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much.
For your work. Anyone else under oral communication? Seeing here. Anyone else under oral communication? Last call. Thank you very much. We are on presentations. We have completed oral communication. I am going to ask our Vice Mayor to make a mayoral proclamation declaring May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So my favorite month is March because spring begins and my firstborn son was born then. But close second is May because it's still spring and sometimes the sun comes out here in Santa Cruz and it's Affordable Housing Month. And I know that this city council and our city really cares deeply about affordable housing. And we've taken a lot of actions in recent years to make sure that our community has the housing that our community members need. So I'm going to read parts of this proclamation in honor of Affordable Housing Month. Whereas quality affordable housing is vital to healthy, safe, vibrant, and diverse communities, a fact that continues to be highlighted by climate-related weather events. Whereas access to stable, healthy, affordable home is necessary to take critical steps to preserve individual and public health. And whereas affordable homes are critical for the solution to homelessness and provide support to seniors, families, youth, veterans, people recovering from illness, and people with disabilities. Whereas regional housing organizations are continuing to recognize the month of May as Affordable Housing Month because the housing crisis can only be resolved when the entire region takes action. And whereas local jurisdictions such as the City of Santa Cruz play a critical role by raising local resources for Affordable Housing Month to leverage federal, state, and other funds. Whereas the City of Santa Cruz has prioritized the creation of housing and has received the distinguished pro-housing designation by the state of California. And whereas recently the City of Santa Cruz leased 205 affordable housing units and currently has approximately 945, I'll repeat that number, 945 affordable housing units in the development pipeline. Now, therefore, I, Shepard Kalantari Johnson, Vice Mayor of City of Santa Cruz, on behalf of our mayor and our city council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Affordable Housing Month in the city of Santa Cruz, along with other local leaders in the greater San Francisco, Monterey Bay Area regions. And I just want to acknowledge there are so many organizations, our own city departments, and so many individuals that make this happen. So I want to acknowledge all of you and thank you for the great work. Oh, and here's a list of, my eyes can't see that, but here's a list of Affordable Housing Month events. So please check these out, please get engaged, and show up for your community.
Madam Vice Mayor, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. I will acknowledge Councilmember O'Hara to present a proclamation declaring the week of May 4th to be Professional Municipal Clerk Week, for whom we could not not do this.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it so much. I think it's really apropos for the last two meetings. I have had the great opportunity to talk about our procurement team and now our city clerk's team. We have two of our three city clerks who work feverishly in that office to behind the scenes to keep all of the work that the city does that needs to be in the public realm, in that space, in an accountable way, in an accessible way, in a way that ensures that the work that goes behind the scenes is available to the public, right? So it's an incredibly important role for the city. We have an amazing team. Brittany's coming in here as well. Thank you for joining us. That does this with honor, integrity, and really holds the bar of principles and values at such a high level. And I've had the opportunity to work with both of you and now with Brittany in this new position for many years. So I know how seriously you take this role. So I am going to put my glasses on. I do this every time and read a few pieces of this. So whereas the Office of the City Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and the Office of the Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and the City Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local government bodies, and agencies of the government at other levels, and city clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and the city clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community while striving to maintain transparency. And whereas city clerks often work behind the scenes, even though you're up here in front of council today and every second and fourth Tuesday of the month, overseeing key functions, including but not limited to the record keeping of all legislative documentation, preparing and distributing council agendas and packets in accordance with the Brown Act, board and commission appointments and election management, and the political reform filing, and is the political reform filing officer. So with great appreciation and understanding of, honestly, this organization would not tick the heart of it without you. I, Susie O'Hara, council member for District 5, on behalf of the mayor and the council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through 10th, 2025, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Santa Cruz in recognition of the exemplary dedication to public service, and extend appreciation to our city clerk, Bonnie Bush, deputy city clerk, Julia Wood, and records coordinator, Brittany Inklin, for the amazing work that you do every day for us. We treasure it. We treasure all three of you, and we thank you.
Ms. Wood, Ms. Brittany, stand up, come forward here.
Yes.
People got to see who you are too. There we go. And we are so grateful to the three of you, as the council member mentioned. And people who watch these, I'm not sure how healthy that is, but on TV, frequently see Ms. Bush and Ms. Wood. How you will see Brittany is if you come into the city hall, she is a person who answers like 10,000 questions a day for people, helps us out a lot. So thank you, Ms. Bush. Would you care to make remarks?
No, but thank you. I just want to, say I am just really proud of the team that we have. Brittany does answer 10,000 questions with a smile on her face, I will say, always. And Julia is my sidekick here at council meetings and every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Read it.
Thank you all. Thank you, three of you. Very good work. Small but mighty department, that's for sure. Thank you. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Triguero for a proclamation regarding London Nelson Day in Santa Cruz. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have a special one here for a very special place in our community. And we have some folks here receiving it. Whereas in 1800, London Nelson was born into enslavement on a plantation in North Carolina. And in 1850, following the discovery of gold in California, London Nelson was forcibly taken from the plantation by an enslaver and brought west. However, through the perseverance and determination he had, he was eventually able to purchase his freedom, securing his independence and setting forth on a new chapter of his life. And in 1956, London Nelson arrived in Santa Cruz and established himself as a valued community member, leasing a modest cabin along the banks of the San Lorenzo where he cultivated land and sold fresh produce and worked as a cobbler, using those skills to contribute to our growing town's economy. Upon London Nelson's passing, his entire estate was bequeathed to support local education, enabling the school district to sell the land, use the proceeds, and acquire an adjoining lot, constructing what we now know as a building that was once a school. The very site, 133 Mission, is home now to City Schools Administration. In the late 1970s, London Nelson's immense legacy was championed by community members determined to ensure that his contributions were properly honored. We recognize Lowell Hunter Sr., president of the Loudon Nelson Association, along with Wilma Campbell, who spearheaded the efforts to name the former Mission Hill School after London Nelson. Their dedication resulted in the naming of the London Nelson Plaza, then Loudon Nelson Plaza, in 1978. Inspired by London Nelson's enduring legacy, Luna High John Bay founded the London Nelson Legacy Initiative, LNLI, to recover the stories of Black pioneers in early Santa Cruz whose contributions had been overlooked by history. This legacy initiative seeks to honor their resilience and recognize their integral role in our town's founding and development. And in recognition of London Nelson's invaluable contributions to education, community building, and the cultural fabric of Santa Cruz, the London Nelson Legacy Initiative and the London Nelson Community Center will host a series of commemorative events during May 5th through 17th to celebrate his life and legacy. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Triguero, along with esteemed Mayor Fred Keeley and my fellow colleagues on the council, we do hereby proclaim May 5th as the London Nelson Day in our city of Santa Cruz, and we encourage all citizens to join us in honoring his remarkable contributions to our community's history, culture, and educational advancement.
Just a few remarks. Thank you, Councilmember Triguero and Mayor Keeley and City Council. I'm Tremaine Hedden-Jones, Superintendent of Recreation for the City of Santa Cruz, and I'm humbled and honored today to be here to see this recognition of the past work of so many of the community to honor our local hero, Mr. London Nelson. Joining with me today is Luna Bay, an avid explorer of history and a truth bringer to light, who has worked passionately to bring the stories of overlooked and forgotten people to the forefront and to bear and to honor those that paved the way for prosperity for us that live today.
Thank you all so much for this incredible opportunity. I've been in Santa Cruz for many years, but when I was looped into the renaming process, it was my wildest dream to come back to you all to be able to have a London Nelson Day. Our research has shown us that Evergreen Cemetery is an incredible gem that Santa Cruz has. It is the resting place of London Nelson, but our research has shown us that there's upwards of 20 Black people buried in Evergreen Cemetery who were London Nelson's contemporaries and who were a very key part of the tapestry that made Santa Cruz so wonderful. So I'm excited to have a series of events this week to celebrate their stories and celebrate their legacies. We're going to have an official celebration of the proclamation at Evergreen Cemetery on Monday the 5th. There is a documentary about the experience of this incredible journey from my perspective and the perspective of the city on May 8th. We are going to be updating the History Gallery at the Santa Cruz MA to reflect the research that we've done. That's going to be open to the public on May 9th. And we will also be tabling at the Santa Cruz History Fair on May 17th. May 5th is London Nelson's birthday, and May 17th is the date of his death. So it's very apt to kind of celebrate his life during this time. We thank you all so much, and I'm excited to continue possibly celebrating London Nelson Week as the years go on.
Thank you very, very much. We are on item 6 on our agenda. This is the 2024 Commission for the Prevention of Violence Against Women and Santa Cruz Police Department Joint Annual Report. And we will be hearing from Karen Madura, the current chair of the commission. Ms. Madura, welcome. Good to see you at the council meeting again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to read our annual report. I wanted to invite everybody to Denim Day tomorrow in the courtyard. It's in honor of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and it will be happening from noon until 1 p.m. So please show up if you can and show your support. In addition to the report, we wanted to thank the City Council for approving our new administrative staff member, Michelle McKinney. We are extremely grateful for the approval of funding for her role, and we wanted to express our deep gratitude to the city for showing their support. We are very excited to move into this next year, to see a new era of this commission, and to see what we can accomplish to uphold our goal of making violence against women one of the highest priorities for the city of Santa Cruz. As a commission, we wanted to add that we stand against the current federal administration's assault on women's rights and autonomy. The dismantling of rights, the removal of resources, removal of access to healthcare and information has already and will continue to negatively impact women. We recognize violence against women exists as a danger in physical form, economic form, and ideological form. We encourage our city to continue to stand with our commission to support women's rights and to educate and uplift our community in standing against violence. Thank you. We wanted to keep this short today.
Ms. Madura, thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Wow. Okay, presiding officer announcements, none to be made, additions and deletions. Ms. Bush, do we have additions, deletions to the agenda?
I do not know.
Thank you very much. City attorney report from closed session. Is there a report on
Yes,
closed
there
session?
is a report on closed session. The council met in closed session in the courtyard conference room at around 11:35. The council discussed the subsequent need matter that the council added to the closed session agenda this morning. Again, the name of that matter is United States and State of California et al. Ex rel. John Hendricks versus JM Manufacturing Company et al. Case number ED 5:06 CB 00055 GWPJW. The city is one of many plaintiffs in this large False Claims Act lawsuit. In closed session, the council did authorize the city to enter into a settlement agreement with the defendants. The settlement agreement still needs to be finally approved by the defendants, and the defendants' approval and the substance of that agreement will be made available upon inquiry to any person as soon as the defendants have confirmed their approval. I would note the vote on the settlement framework was unanimous 6-0 with Councilmember Bruner absent. Council also met and discussed liability claims of Michael Nation, Marcia Joan O'Brien, David Schumann and Becky Butler, Stephen Ross Kotecki, and Andrea Greenspan. These claims are also noted as item 18 on your open session agenda. The council also met with its labor negotiator, Sarah De Leon, to discuss labor negotiations. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Bronson. Councilmember meeting calendar, Ms. Bush, anything you would like to draw to our attention?
No, nothing to add.
Thank you. We are on the consent agenda. For those of you who might be unfamiliar with it, we will be taking up items 8 through 29 cumulatively on one motion. In order to get there, what I will do is give the council members an opportunity to either pull an item, comment on an item, or ask a question on an item. Then I will extend that same courtesy to the public, both in chambers and calling in. If you wish to make a comment on a consent agenda item, you will end up having a total of 3 minutes to comment on all of the items you wish to comment upon. I am going to start on my left and ask Councilmember Golder on the consent agenda.
I have 3 comments.
Please
Okay,
proceed.
so my first comment is in regards to, I believe, item 12, which, item 17, the fire consolidation. I'm so happy to see this on here. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. I think it'll help with calls to service and possibly training opportunities for firefighters throughout the county. And so I'm excited to see that this is something that we're exploring. So thank you for bringing that forward. And in regards to 22, I appreciate the expediency with Councilmember Newsom and Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson and staff, and the rest of the team all got together with the consultants and the contractors to try and bring this forward as quickly as possible so we can bring the wharf back safely as soon as possible. I really am happy to see that. And then my final one was, I think, was it 29? Sorry, 29. So I know we've had some people commenting about the Murray Street Bridge and the lack of communication, and I'm sorry to hear about that. I do know from living on the west side, when West Cliff collapsed, we had no warning whatsoever, and I have nothing but confidence in our Public Works Director and our transportation team that they will work with the neighbors, work with the businesses, and try to be as nimble as possible to address those issues. And so I know it's a little more complicated because it's involving the county as well, but I apologize if it has felt that the city wasn't clear enough or nimble enough, but I'm confident that the right people are trying to do their best to make it as best as possible during this construction period. So I just wanted to say those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple comments. Just want to note on item 24, the award contract for Grant Park Playground. The renderings are now in the council packets. I had a conversation this morning with Director Elliott, and they were not there. And I was so curious about what the new playground was going to look like. So thank you so much for adding that. It is going to be a wonderful new addition to that incredibly important neighborhood park. That is my family's neighborhood park with my girls growing up. And so I'm really looking forward to that work. I had a observation. It's always pretty unbelievable to see the level of effort that goes in with our utility departments, whether it be Public Works or Water, on how many items are usually on consent. This month, there are no water items. And I would say that maybe is a record. And so I don't see the director here today. I hope you guys, that means that you are able to catch up on the other things that are so critical to the department and not producing at least 10 items a month or, every council meeting. And then lastly, a question for my council colleagues on the Wharf Ad Hoc Committee. If you could provide any other information on the selection of option 5, and this could also go to Director Elliott, I would love to hear that. I'm in support of it, obviously, but I found the staff report after reading it, asking some questions about how we landed on 5. Uh-oh. Don't all jump.
I'd be happy to offer just very quickly our discussion. So we landed on option 5 because that will repair the wharf up to where the structure is damaged at the current moment, so up to bent 172, but it will also leave open for further down the road discussion on what to do past that point. So it gets the wharf repaired up to where it's damaged, up to bent 172. And it reopens that section of the wharf, and it also opens up a new sea lion hole, viewing hole for the community to come to and look at as well, while also keeping open an option for the future if the community wants to talk about any kind of additions to the wharf.
And if I may, I would just add, it also allows us to move very quickly. We have the resources to move on this option and get it done in a pretty amazing amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And it's keeping in line with our existing wharf master plan, so we don't have to necessarily keep coming back.
Thank you, that's helpful. No other comments?
The Vice Mayor is recognized on the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'll just also comment on item 22, wharf repair and recovery. And acknowledge and thank my colleagues, Councilmember Golder and Newsom, and the incredible team. I mean, the first meeting we went to and all the work that you'd already done before our first ad hoc committee and laying options before us. I think we've only had 2 meetings, and here we are before the full council and the community with something to move forward. So thank you for all of the pre-work that was done, and I'm excited to have most of our wharf back. So.
Councilmember Newsom on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just comments, really 8, 15, and 22, and I'll just take them combined. I as well want to thank my colleagues, Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson and Councilmember Golder for their work on that Wharf Ad Hoc Subcommittee to date that has produced item 22, but I look forward to working with you further on that. Item 15 in particular will appropriate an additional $1.7 million to the wharf from a state grant that will be used to rehab the outer east parking lot on the wharf. And as we said, item 22 provides direction for repairs of the wharf up to where the structure is damaged, so up to Bent 171. And I do want to share that I just learned today that Cal OES has committed to fully funding this repair of the wharf, which is really wonderful. So I'm really excited to hear that, and just want to thank our state partners for that commitment. And I do want to just quickly note that there is a narrative out in the community right now that says that we need to tax people to save the wharf or to fund repairs for the wharf. And I just want to point out that that is not the case, as we can see from item 15 and item 22 and item 8. We do not need to tax people to save the wharf or to fund repairs for the wharf. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Triguero on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no items to pull, but I have some comments and questions.
Please proceed.
For item 13, the winter shelter funding, given the urgency of shelter resources, I definitely support allocating these funds, but I wanted to ensure the continuity for next season. These are being allocated post-program, and so I was wondering, as we look ahead, will this program appear in our next?
That is our intention, yes.
Great, thank you. Next up, I echo Councilmember Newsom's. I'm very happy on item 15. For item 20, the Workers' Comp Administration, the contract appears to be, a very solid recommendation. I think I might have noticed this in the past, but as a new member, I definitely am seeking a bit more transparency in the selection process of vendors. So a question from me would be, how many responses were received to the RFP? And maybe in the future, I'd like to see how or what evaluation criteria was used to choose that recommended vendor. But I did appreciate all the information that came forward with it. On item 24, I also want to echo Councilmember O'Hara's comments, and as the District 1 representative, I'm really thrilled to see the Grant Park receive this much needed investment. And I think all of my council members and I share that safe and accessible playgrounds are really something that we hold intrinsically valuable, and they are essential to our vibrant neighborhoods and our youth development. And I especially, since Sonia's not here, my colleague, Councilmember Brunner, I'm very happy that it's in an East Side neighborhood. And I wondered from staff if they had a construction timeline for that project. I saw a loose one, but if you wouldn't mind, thank you. And I really did enjoy seeing those drawings, so thank you, Councilmember O'Hara, for requesting those in there. Hi.
Good afternoon, sir. Parks staff is recognized.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Godsey, Superintendent of Parks for the city. Thank you. We're thrilled as well that Grant Park's going to receive this attention and playground and picnic area renovation. To answer your question directly, we're anticipating a demolition and construction timeline to be from June 15th to July 15th. It's about a 4-week process.
Thank you for that. Very excited for it to get going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember, further on consent?
That is it for me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would like to pull items 14, 16, and 19. We will take those up as a package following our consent agenda deliberations. Let me ask if there's anyone with us who wishes to comment on the consent agenda. And Ms. Bush, do we have anyone online? Mr. Ewing, good afternoon. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keeley. My name's James Ewing Whitman. I actually wasn't going to comment on any of the over 15 items on the consent agenda, but since I'm all part of this Confederacy of Dunces, being a dunce myself, and some more information was mentioned about the bridge, making a comparison to the wharf project, making a comparison to what happened to the natural coastline during our natural storms. I think those issues are all very different issues. But I've spoken several times, maybe not as well as I'm going to try to now. There were several individuals that brought up designs to reinforce the main wharf by making it 16 to 20 feet wider on the windward side, and then retying in the rest of the wharf with that new structure, which probably would engineer out to being 4 times as strong. You know, if one looks into the retrofit work they did with the Capitola Pier, that was amazing and that was quick. So, I mean, I'm not always nice and I like questions and stuff, but where I misspoke is there were several groups that came up and said they were going to sue the city of Santa Cruz if they did do that extension and that repair, and I had said something wrong. I think that there's a complete mismanagement. I could say executive incompetence directly and only to the city manager, who just walked out of the room, and the city attorney, which is not here, Tony Condotti. That was crazy. That it was like take off a few things and then a big wave comes and it takes it away. So I think that that needs to be looked into and just give it a snow job of we're going to do the repairs. And I don't think that actually reinforcing the whole structure is going to happen. And then I guess it was the previous Vice Mayor Golder that brought up the bridge work. Now, an individual spoke about that. There's already been some documentation to how some businesses have been already affected. It's not a huge deal that me going back and forth, how I usually travel, I can only go one way. Pretty soon that's just going to be done. But there have been examples when great things have been done quite quickly with proper planning. And I'm hoping that whatever group is going to be doing that work is really planning ahead. I mean, I haven't taken the time to go underneath and see what's going down. I do travel across that at least once a day. I used to travel across it lots of times because I could go back and forth. So we're just going to see what happens. But back to the wharf, it'd be nice just to see that totally open and all that being repaired in a very logical way, and the businesses that did lose money, that they're compensated for that, because I think that there is some blame to the executive staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online? Not with their hands up. Mr. Phillip?
Yeah, I would ask, can I speak to 19 now, or do I have to wait?
You would have to wait till we'll be there fairly soon. Anyone else on oral communications? Anyone online on oral communications? Matters back before the body, pleasure of the body. Councilmember O'Hara.
I'll move the consent agenda minus the items that the mayor has pulled.
There's a motion. There's a second by Councilmember Golder. Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Members Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Golder. Aye. O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. We are on the remainder of the consent agenda items, which were pulled, items 14, 16, and 19. These matters, and I would ask Ms. Lipscomb and any other staff that you wish to bring up, Brian, others, thank you. These are all matters which, this is the reason that I've asked these to be clustered together in a little more attention to them than distributed across the consent agenda. This is a very major project for us, library, affordable housing, parking, and has proceeded for years to a point where we have these three items in front of us together today. It seems to me that these are together a cluster of items which go to the revitalization, reimagination of what our downtown is going to be going forward for the next half century. And Ms. Lipscomb, if you could take a moment and try to fashion these three items together, that would be appreciated. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. And with me today is Brian Borguno, who is our project manager for the Downtown Library Affordable Housing Project.
Thank you, sir.
We're really excited to be before you today to sort of bring this, hopefully, to sort of conclusion, to really wrap up some of the administrative actions that are related to finalizing our financing for this project. And this project started, it's kind of almost embarrassing to admit, but all the way back in 2007. Was sort of the first vision of what a mixed-use project could look like on this site. And of course, over the 10 years following that, really ended up with having all the various components, including the library as part of the project, including the childcare. And so it's definitely been a labor of love for staff and also, I will say, council over the years of really making the project have all the elements that it has today, including the childcare, including the 124 units of 100% affordable housing in the project and a state-of-the-art library with a roof deck that's net zero building. So we are so excited to be at this point where we're finalizing really all of the elements. So we've been before you in past actions, but we're on some of these related to our Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities grant. But we're just coming forward today. So we have a number of these items, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian, who will just give a brief overview of each of these items.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you so much for your very good work.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So I'm going to go item by item and just try to correlate how they relate to the project as a whole. So item 14 is related to the state permanent local housing allocation. In the past action that the council has taken, we've allocated that this project was an eligible resource for that 5-year strategy plan. And this particular resolution just makes that final commitment that allows us to execute the standard agreement with the State Housing and Community Development Agency, allowing us then to expend the money that's been allocated and needs to be used in that 5-year plan.
How much is that money that's been?
Right now, we are going up to $679,800. We haven't finalized the number because we're balancing other project needs, but we want to be able to go up to that amount because there's some spending deadlines associated with that particular funding. So item 16, we were here before you just a couple months ago on the ASIC resolution. Unfortunately, ACD requested some refinement to our resolution and some language changes that we thought warranted bringing it back before you. So it's very much the same resolution that was passed with some minor adjustments, edits, and clarifications that were required by HCD in order for us to move this item forward and execute the standard agreements that bring the $22.5 million loan that's available to the developer for the housing, as well as the around $11 million in grants to the city and Metro for the components of that project. And then item number 19, finally, you've taken action over a couple of different meetings to lead us down the path of working with our municipal advisors on the parking bond issuance. And this is the resolution that will now allow us to issue and sell those bonds. And we're targeting closing of those bonds by the end of May, which lines up with when we want to have those monies secured in order for the affordable housing developer to secure their funding sources around the same time. So everything is leading towards final funding sources being finalized in forms and agreements with state agencies and banks, and then that will allow us to mobilize for construction shortly thereafter. I'm also going to touch on item number 32 because it relates to this. It's coming up on your consent public hearings, but there's a TEFRA hearing that you'll be taking action on here shortly.
We'll be taking that up in a minute.
Okay.
We'll get you back up here on that.
Then I'll pause at that.
These three right now.
Okay, I'll pause at that, and if there's questions on that one, they're all related to this project. And we have myself and any other staff that's available to answer questions specific.
What other staff are with you today that have been working on this? Raise your hand. There we go.
Yeah, Gavin
Thank you all
Hussey, our
very
parking
much.
programs manager, and Elizabeth Cabell, our finance director, has been integral for a number of these items related particularly to the parking bonds.
Can't thank you all enough. Thank you. Excellent, excellent presence. Thank you. Any comments on these items? Mr. Phillip, do you wish to comment on these three?
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm a little over my head in this one, in the sense that, you really do hide all the details of everything, right? We never get to see, like, for instance, the actual grant proposals, or what the obligations are, what the covenants are, what the promises are, or what could go wrong, or anything really. So none of us out here really are in a position to really judge what's going on. So prefacing that, I'll just continue. As it regards item 19, the parking revenue bond, as I've stated before, this is what happens when socialists run out of other people's money in the 11th hour. They coercively borrow money then owed by the people without their consent, probably forcing them further into debt, no matter the contrivances of promising the parking slush fund revenues to pay for it. Normally, a city has to put borrowing money with bonds for specific infrastructure or housing projects to a public 2/3 vote, as in Title 34. But as usual, extraordinary, possibly extra legal means are taken here, and also maybe in item 32 to circumvent that consent. Here, pledging parking revenues from wherever exactly you don't say to cover what is disingenuously called here a public parking garage. It isn't really that, is it? Clearly, a third of it, as far as I remember, is for the exclusive use of individuals in the affording housing unit. So it's sort of both. It's sort of part of the affordable housing, part public parking garage. It's not just one or the other. Define public in that context. To me, the public is anyone that can use all these facilities unless agreements are made that those exclusive other users fully pay for that exclusive use. And you don't say if they are or not. There is then a lack of transparency, who benefits, who pays, how much parking rates are going to go up. You don't say anything. And as a matter for justifying the avoidance of public approval, you say that it is a municipal affair, which you cite as justification for any and all actions. So far, I fail to see the 1/3 portion of the garage building built for exclusive use as a municipal affair unless they pay. Imagine if Mayor Keeley's home had a vacant parcel next door to that residence that was owned by the city, and similar bond money was borrowed under this so-called authority to make it a parking lot where a third of it was reserved for his private guests. Would that portion be a municipal affair or some kind of corruption without a vote of the people? I think the definition of municipal affair is very central here. I'll ask the city attorney to comment. Also, another question is, doesn't maybe Title 34 apply, since part of it is sort of part of the affordable housing deal? And it seems so clear in Title 34, voter approval must be obtained before any state public body develops, constructs, or acquires a low-rent housing project. And it sure seems like some of this parking structure is definitely part of that affordable housing project. Although, again, such hidden details like who owns the ground lease and and so who knows, right? So, but you're not saying. But I personally like the idea of public approval. And everything about this is, how do we get out of public approval?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sarah Beck, Executive Director of Friends of the Santa Cruz Public Libraries. I'm here very much in support of items 14, 16, and 19, and of course, the incredible work being done by Economic Development. And I want to thank all of you for, once again, continuing to move through the administrative hurdles of this incredible project and all of the ways that you support it. I also want to invite everyone and the public to our big event coming up this coming Saturday. Meet me at the new Downtown Library Festival. It has a long name, but there are many partners in many aspects of this project, as you all know. We are really excited that all of the partners will be with us. I know the public is very interested and excited to hear more about the new Downtown Library. We were told by Economic Development that we could be on the site one more time before it is under construction. So this is really our chance to envision what this is going to be like to walk through this library. If you've never been to a library without walls, it's going to be a lot of fun to go onto the site where the new library will be. There are huge renderings. We're going to get to share what it's going to look like. There's going to be tons of free library programming, every age, and you don't have to act your age. There's going to be bubbles. There's going to be poetry. It's going to be incredible. Music, food trucks, everything. And lots of questions being answered. So if you're interested in learning more about the new downtown library, this is your chance to come and engage. And before I forget, the Friends are launching our public phase of our capital campaign. We are raising $3 million towards this library, and we are already at 1.9.
Congratulations.
So thank you all for coming to support, and any size gift will get your name in a book in the new downtown library. So one day only. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bush, anybody online want to comment on this? We'll take the first person online. Good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting.
Hi, good afternoon. Mayor Keeley, Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson, council members, and city manager. My name is Kate Blessing Kawamura, and I'm a director of real estate development at Eden Housing, a nonprofit affordable housing developer, property manager, and service provider that got its start in 1968 with a small group of community activists. Eden Housing is partnering with For the Future Housing and the City of Santa Cruz to develop the Downtown Library Affordable Housing Project. We are so grateful to the City of Santa Cruz Council and staff for their unwavering support for this project. To quote a former board member and mayor of Hayward, the late Eileen Weinreb, affordable housing isn't something that happens automatically. You have to make it happen. While the City of Santa Cruz continues to say yes to affordable housing in Santa Cruz, we're making it happen, and you're the reason we're about to start construction on 124 affordable homes, a daycare, a library, parking garage, and commercial space. Thank you, and happy Affordable Housing Month.
Thank you very much. Another person online, Ms. Bush? We'll take that next person. Good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. This is Rick Longinati. I'm the chair of the Campaign for Sustainable Transportation. And our group in 2016 opposed the project of a 640 space parking garage that would have been at 5 levels above a ground floor library. And we have some solace in noting that the number of parking spaces have been reduced to 243 spaces, and that made room for 124 units of affordable housing. The original proposal had no housing whatsoever in the project. At the time, in 2016, when that was presented to the council, it came as a shock to us because the city had signaled it was really moving in the direction that Donald Shoup, who wrote the book called High Cost of Free Parking. Shoup passed away recently, but he revolutionized the attitude towards parking in urban areas. And what Shoup was pointing out was that, you know, building new parking is really expensive. You'll never pay for the space on the basis of parking revenues. And so it was much better to make efficient use of existing resources. And the city actually, 6 months before this 640 space parking proposal was presented to the council, it hired a consultant by the name of Nelson Nygaard, very much in the Donald Shoup camp, and they did not recommend a new parking garage. And their report was buried, and what I mean by that was it never was brought to the city council. So we have today, you have before you in item 19 bonds for a new parking garage. And normally you would pay the bonds out of the surplus in revenues that you get from the Parking Enterprise Fund. Well, there is no surplus of revenue. Ever since the pandemic, the downtown parking district has run a deficit. So it's really a gamble to issue bonds based on money that you don't have a positive cash flow. And that's pretty unusual. And it's a gamble that I'm worried about, and I'm guessing you might be too, if this is the first time you're hearing it. If the city cannot pay for the parking revenue bonds out of its parking revenue, then the general fund is on the hook for those. And, you know, that would be the first time in 70 years that the general fund would be paying for parking. And so I think it's a real problem. And if you had more time, I would counsel waiting until this has a bond rating. There's no bond rating on what you're voting on today. There's no interest rate been set. There's just so many unknowns. I would counsel waiting if you could, or eliminating parking altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Ms. Bush, online? Good afternoon, sir. On the item.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, one thing I've done is measured the dimensions of this building right across the street here, and looked at the plans for the library. And if you include the ramp for the parking, which is above the library, which sounds like the kind of idea that was came from the person who did all the city planning in the East Bay. It's it just seems like a terrible idea to have all this parking above the library. And just talking with librarians there earlier about how their expectation would be that this facility stays open as long as that one's in production. I don't know if that's your plans, but I would hope so. One thing about comparing the dimensions of this building to the new building is you actually get less floor space by significant fraction, 15% less square footage. On the upper floor of this building, there's a large room that they don't use, but that's kind of, they could refurbish the upper room in that building. But anyhow, for me, I just don't think you should step down the library. I think you should step up the library, because that's really what threaded the needle of this entire project's genesis was the library bond, the one that, who knows, where's the internet when you need it? It was like 8 years ago. But anyway, hopefully, in hopes of a much better library. That's one thing I think I want to say about the parking. If you do a parking bond, one thing that would be really awesome is the Galleria parking lot having some retrofitted elevators, because people could then would be comfortable using the upper. I used to live across in the St. George. This gentleman here, and there was just never anybody parked up on top there, which was great if you wanted to go up there and play golf. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wasn't ready for that. Thank you. Anyone else online? We'll take the next person online. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cesar Placencia. I'm a field representative with North Carpenters Union. I'm here speaking today to urge you to make the developers have responsible general contractor for this important project. One who doesn't cut corners and who values quality, safety, and accountability. This project is not about getting it done, but it's about getting it done right. We have a chance to invest in the community, not only through infrastructure, but through people. By choosing a contractor who participates in a registered apprenticeship program, we're opening doors for local tradesmen and women, giving them the skills, training, and opportunities they need to build solid careers. Santa Cruz has been leading by example in many ways. Let's make this another example, and choose a contractor who takes pride in their work, invests in their workforce, and meets the highest standards. Our city deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Anyone else online? Not with their hand up. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? Matter is back before the body. Let me see if there's a motion. There's a motion? We're going to take these up in order. We'll take up item 14.
I'll move item 14.
Second.
Motion and a second under item for item 14. May open on your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Just happy to support item 14. This gets us one step closer to a world-class library, a child care center for working class families, and 124 units of much-needed affordable housing. So happy to support it and happy to support this project.
For the debate or discussion on this item, let me ask either Ms. Lipscomb or Brian, either one, come up for just a second. An assertion was made, let me just make sure we're clear on this. This is a revenue bond, correct?
Correct.
And the revenue that is pledged is?
Parking district revenue from the parking district fund.
And that is the extent of the exposure for us with regard to repaying that bond. Is that correct?
I may ask Elizabeth Cabell to, elaborate further, because that's a more detailed financial question.
Thank you. Ms. Cabell, thank you for being here. Thank you for your good work and your department's good work.
Elizabeth Cowell, Finance Director. And yes, it is a gross revenue pledge. I also have our municipal advisor on if there's any other questions about that, but it is a gross parking revenue bond.
Okay. And the suggestion was made during testimony that if that revenue source is insufficient, that then the general fund is exposed on this. Is that correct or not correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Initially, as a gross revenue bond, the pledge is the parking revenues. If during that time the parking revenue is not enough, then it would fall to the general fund. After, in the projections, after a couple of years, once there is enough coverage, it reverts or converts to a net revenue pledge bond. And at that point, there's no general fund obligation or involvement at all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clerk will call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. We are on item 16, matters back before the body, pleasure of the body.
I'll move item 16.
Motion, second by the Vice Mayor. You may open on your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said on the previous item, this gets us one step closer to this project becoming a reality, and it's be a wonderful project for the community, and I'm happy to support it.
This grant and loan award, $33.5 million. I think that is worth pausing to think about, because I think a way to look at that is that we pay, obviously, federal and state taxes. This is a way that we claw back some of those state taxes that we pay to the state government, bring them back in for high priority projects in our community, putting our state tax dollars at work in our community on what is one of the two highest policy priorities of our community. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner is absent. Sorry. Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes. We're on item 19. Preference. Pleasure of the body.
I'll move item 19 for approval.
Motion, a second by Councilmember Triguero. You may open on your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said, this gets us one step closer to this project becoming a reality in our community, and I'm happy to support this item.
Thank you. For the debate or discussion? Okay,
A
Vice
brief-
Mayor.
Thank you. Brief comment. I really appreciate you pulling these items, Mayor. I think it's important for everyone in the community to hear and see really just what it takes. Almost 20 years and lots of moving parts. So I appreciate us spending some time on these items. That's all. And fully in support of all of them.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I think that we've been in a space for the last few months where largely and understandably the community, council, the administration focused to a great extent on the south of Laurel downtown expansion plan. There's a lot of work going on there, step after step after step. Reason I wanted to ask that these items be moved from the consent agenda and clustered together, because they were kind of spread out across the consent agenda. I do believe this is a significant moment in the future of our downtown, and what that history is going to look like as people look back upon it. A new downtown library in and of itself is a wonderful thing. Affordable housing is a wonderful thing. It's debatable about parking. I understand that. We're going to have more debates on that as time goes on. But as the state has severely limited the ability of cities and counties to require any parking associated with residential development, I think that those who think that maybe that's somewhat too restrictive by the state government when we're trying to reimagine and revitalize our downtown, that many businesses tell us on a regular basis downtown, where are my customers going to park? Where are my employees going to park? How does that all work out? So I think that this project, by balancing a need for parking with the need for affordable housing, with the need for a new main branch library, and that includes childcare as a component. This is not some rush to judgment about whether, in fact, this item was was subject to an initiative or a ballot measure. And all three of these issues were debated vigorously during that campaign. And the voters of the city decided by a very substantial margin to say, this is what we're looking for and this is what we want. So I think we are at a moment, I consider it a celebratory moment, to bring this to fruition and see it as one more of the core anchor pieces to a re-envisioned, reimagined downtown that is healthy and vibrant and serves our community. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero. Aye. Newsom.
Aye.
Golder.
Aye.
O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye, motion passes as ordered. We are now on consent public hearing. For those of you who are familiar with it, there are certain items on consent that we need to hold public hearings. Rather than holding 20 public hearings, we're going to hold one. And you can address any one of these items you wish to address. So let me very quickly. These items are items 30 through 32, consent agenda public hearing items. This would be the opportunity for anyone. We are opening the public hearing. Do you have a comment to make?
I do. I received an email from Bond Counsel not too long ago requesting that we pull item 32 from consent public hearing.
Continue it?
No, just pull it from the consent public hearing and have it as its own separate standalone item.
Today. Very good. Such will be the order. We will take that up separately. That leaves us with item 30 and 31 that we will hold one public hearing on. This is the opportunity, folks, to address us on items 30 and 31 under public hearing. Anyone online? Public hearing is closed. Matter is back before the body. Items 30 and 31. Pleasure of the body. Councilmember O'Hara.
I'll move items 30 and 31.
There is a motion. There's a second by Councilmember Triguero. Debate or discussion, you may open on your item.
Thank you. Just a very brief comment with item 30 in particular. I mean, any time that we have an opportunity to get back to the coffers and make sure that we are recovering as much as we possibly can and ensuring that we have a strong revenue stream is critically important. So obviously in support of that. That's it.
Further debate or discussion on items 30 and 31? Seeing here none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero. Aye. Newsom.
Aye.
Golder. Aye. O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 32. Item 32 is tax equity and fiscal responsibility hearing and resolution regarding conduit financing for the downtown library affordable housing project. The item is open, public hearing. Anyone with us wish to testify on the item? We have anyone online? Matters back before the body, the pleasure of the body.
I'll move item number 32, staff recommendation on item number 32 for
Motion.
approval.
Councilmember Golder seconds. You may open on your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item will add an additional $70 million towards the downtown library and affordable housing project, which will bring it one step closer to being a reality in our community and providing our community with world-class library, child care center for families, and 124 units of much-needed affordable housing. And I'm very happy to support this project and support this item. Thank you.
Further debate or discussion? Councilmember Triguero.
This financing plan is very complex, and I really appreciate the staff's work to ensure the project's viability on it. And I'm interested in perhaps maybe supporting more public explanation of how these components fit together, the four pieces that maybe were on our agenda. So I don't have a formal question or request of staff, but I am interested in maybe a chart or consolidated chart or memo to show the how all those funding sources and uses across these four related items kind of come together. That's it. Thank you.
City Manager?
We'd be happy to provide that, Councilmember Triguero. I know that there are a lot of moving parts. It is a complex financing model, and I'm sure the Economic Development Team would be happy to provide a summary of that for the council and the community's benefit.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember. Further debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Thank you all very much for your excellent work on these three conjoined projects. We are on item 33. This is receipt of Assembly Bill 481, Annual Military Equipment Report and Renewal of City Code, Chapter 9.90 and Policy Update. We have Chief Escalante here. Chief Bush is here. Ms. Brothers is here. My goodness, is there anybody over at the department?
I'll go back for security.
We do. Chief, good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bernie Escalante, Chief of Police. We also have a member from the City Attorney's Office, Victoria Thompson, here as well,
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
who has helped guide us through some of this challenging legislation, and every year sort of learning new nuances to the requirements. And so, yes, we do have a short presentation. I'm here to introduce Sergeant Josh Trogg and our Principal Management Analyst, Kathy Brothers. They have a short 10-15-minute presentation, and then we will be here to answer any questions.
Very good.
We'll get started.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. As the chief mentioned, my name is Sergeant Josh Trogg with the police department, the military equipment coordinator. So this report is mine every year. So it's thank you for letting me present again this year. So this is a brief overview of what the report entails and our requirements to the governing body. So the policy that was adopted is Santa Cruz Police Department Policy number 705, references Government Code 7071, authorized use, fiscal impact, legal and procedural rules, training, description, quantity, capabilities, lifespan, and purpose of all the equipment. We're required to report annually to the governing body, council. This policy requires an approval annually. This policy and report approval process provides safeguards and transparency related to all of these items that the police department possesses. So these next few slides are graphic representations of the equipment and the category that they fall into in AB 481 or Government Code 7071. So in category 1, we have the unmanned aerial vehicles and we have the recon robot. In category 5, command and control vehicles, which for our purposes at the police department, we have basically put in every normal police car that our sergeants and lieutenants, those that might be in command of an incident, would drive on a daily basis. So they are not anything special. They're just police vehicles, but they could assume that command and control role. So they fall under that. Sections 2 and 3 reference armored personnel carriers and the like. Our item that falls in that category is the Linco Bearcat armored personnel carrier that we have. So also in category 5 is a transport vehicle, which we have the 4350, we fondly refer to as the plumber's truck. That's what it looks like. It's just simply a vehicle used to transport people and equipment. Category 10, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, references our precision rifles and the ammunition associated thereto. Categories 8 and 9 are firearms and ammunition of greater than 50 caliber, which reference our breaching shotguns and our shotgun capable of launching chemical agents. Category 12 encompasses flashbangs, tear gas, and pepper balls, all of which the department has some version of. Category 14, 40 millimeter or less lethal launchers and related ammunition. Category 13 is our long-range acoustic device. And category 15 is all other equipment for our police department. We were directed by council at the inception of this process to add our patrol rifles, our AR-15s, to policy, and that is where they land in category 15. On the right, there is a breakdown of how each item was used throughout the reporting period. They're color-coded. As you can see, the orange is used in the field, purple, demo, green is in training, blue, AOD, which means assist other department, red is refueling, and that lighter pink color is maintenance. So that kind of just breaks down how each item was used in its frequency. So for the armored vehicle, this is a breakdown of how it was used during the reporting period. Obviously, it goes for maintenance. It gets used in training. Used in the field, those are for our department. We assisted the Salinas Police Department, Watsonville Police Department, the Sheriff's Department at various times throughout the reporting period. Obviously refueling, and then it was used once in an educational demonstration. So as far as the costs associated to these items, this is the breakdown of those costs. For this reporting requirement or reporting period, the UAVs occupy a larger portion of that. They were newly approved by council and acquired. The command and control vehicles incorporates the two vehicles that are the drone vehicles. So that was a question that was actually brought up in our community meeting of why those vehicles are under the drone and not the command and control vehicle or vice versa. They would occupy space in both. In creating this report, I chose to put them with the drones because they belong to the drones, but they could occupy space in both categories. They would fall under the definition of a command and control vehicle, but rather than have redundancy, I chose to put them in that place for this report. And then just the cost breakdown includes training, maintenance, acquisition of consumables like ammunition, things that get used every year and have to be replaced. So, pending council's approval, we are requesting to acquire software only for the unmanned aerial vehicles, which is 5G connectivity. If we were able to get this, it would increase the range and abilities of these unmanned aerial vehicles and data streaming and things like that that are kind of critical to their operation. The cost associated with that acquisition is about $125 per month per drone, for 3 drones, is what it would cost the city if approved for those items. These are questions that came up in our community meeting that I am more than happy to revisit, answer, clarify. If I may, I'd like to continue on with sort of to the end of the presentation, and we can address these as needed. So we are requesting a policy update. The policy update is something that we feel is important to address instances that aren't specifically covered. Because AB 41 or Government Code 771 is so narrow into what departments can have, and we must have approval for that, it can't foresee every single eventuality. And so we've created this policy to allow the chief of police to make a decision that if in some given incident, there is a piece of equipment that is needed that we don't have, the chief may authorize its use for that incident and then no longer, and then we report to council. So if an allied agency possessed something we don't, that we critically needed to solve some sort of incident, this would allow the chief of police to make that decision to have that other agency assist us with the equipment. And then we would report to council on that. To clarify where I see this as being most applicable to the Santa Cruz Police Department is other agencies and their UAVs. We have 3 batteries run down. Incidents go very, very long. Incidents can be so large that maybe we need more than 3 UAVs. So we would request assistance from our partners in the county for additional drones. The other agencies' drones are not on our list, so we would need approval by the chief to use those drones. Another instance might be if there was some sort of extreme critical incident, heaven forbid some mass casualty incident, and we needed another armored vehicle. There's only one in the county. The other allied agencies that have them, we would have to request assistance of that armored vehicle. That would be another instance where the chief of police could authorize the use of a piece of equipment that is not on our list, but is basically the same as what we have, just additionally. That is what this policy update is requesting.
Ask you a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I've got this right. So if you have piece of equipment X, and either it's not ready to go, or the battery's down, or whatever it may be, or the circumstances exceed the capacity of that piece of equipment, and then somebody else has more of that same thing, the chief, under this policy, could make a determination that the circumstances are such we need to bring that piece of equipment in here to augment our work on this incident. Am I okay so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Am I also right that that piece of equipment that would come in is a piece of equipment we already have on our approved list?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so
Yes.
drill down on that piece.
I mean, it's hard to foresee what that might be, but say it's, there are a number of types of armored vehicles in the world.
Right.
There's any different brand or type that is not specifically listed in our equipment list. Say we requested help from San Jose Police Department, and the only thing available was their MRAP, which is an extremely large armored vehicle.
Right.
Not on our list, could be useful in a given situation, could be the only thing available to help us if needed. That would be the type of equipment not on our list that we would request. Another instance might be for the UAVs. The Sheriff's Department has UAVs that are specific to flying indoors. They're designed for small spaces. We don't have those. If we needed the assistance of that piece of equipment to help clear a structure before we introduced any officers into that structure, we would need to request that. It's not on our list. We don't have anything of that type. So that would be the assist.
So let me stay with this if I could for just a moment. Thank you. So let's use the MRAP versus the Bearcat.
Yes, sir.
I think that was the case you indicated.
Yes, sir.
Does that MRAP have lethal capability that our Bearcat doesn't?
Not to my knowledge. I can't speak specifically. It was the first kind of example that off the top of my head.
Going to want to come back to this later after you finish your presentation, but an issue here for me would be, if somebody says the policy was, gee, we've got 2 UAVs and we need 5 for this incident right now, and the UAVs are non-lethal, right? It's a flying around the sky, but it doesn't have any lethal capability. That I understand. There may be other instances where we have lethal acquisition, we have acquisition of lethal equipment or materials. And now we're at a situation and we think we need somebody else's lethal equipment to come in and deal with it. We would still, because that's on the 481 list and it's not ours, this policy would allow the chief to make a decision that says that's okay.
Yes.
Am I right that in the absence of us adopting this, that lethal piece of equipment could not come into our city?
Yes.
Okay.
In
thank
essence,
you.
yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
May I speak to the difference in the non-lethal and lethal equipment?
Please do. Please do.
So when I think of instances in a law enforcement capacity where we might, in the city of Santa Cruz, request some lethal piece of equipment that we don't have that somebody else has.
Yes.
I'm not aware of something that falls under AB 481 that another agency in our greater Bay Area has that I want, number one, as far as lethal equipment, that we don't already have some version of, or that we ostensibly would even need, given an event that I could imagine. Like, even if I imagine the worst possible mass casualty event that I could conjure up,
Okay.
that's still going to be solved with the lethal equipment that we personally have. If other law enforcement agencies came in to help, they would bring the lethal equipment that they have that is similar to ours that all law enforcement officers have, which wouldn't need approval from the chief because they already have it. It's not an AB 481 type issue. So we're not talking about like armed drones, rocket launchers, grenades, things like that. We're really trying to get into this, the Damon Gutzweiler incident. I was involved in that incident. Yep. We had agencies from all over the state that arrived with all manner of equipment.
Right.
And in an incident like that is rapidly evolving, highly chaotic, you don't know what you need, but then you realize that the thing you need is there. Maybe you needed another armored vehicle. We had multiple armored vehicles at that incident, right? Under our current AB 481, we would be in violation if we just used one without permission, if that makes sense. This gives us the ability the chief can make a in-the-moment in extremis decision of, yes, we need that, and we need it now. This isn't something that we're looking at to try and get guns. We have what we need as far as lethal force options and our partners that would help us in that part of it's taken care of. This is like safety equipment type of idea that we're trying to get to that is sort of lacking in our current policy.
Thank you, sir.
That clarifies.
Thank you. Please proceed. Thank you.
So the other clarification to policy that was called out last year that we are wanting to approve is the parsing out of the brands of our AR-15 rifles. In the previous version of the policy, they were all lumped together. That was called out to us, so we parsed them out by brand, and that is reflective in the policy, and that is what we are seeking approval for also.
Thank you.
That is the end of my presentation.
Should have held my questions. All right, let me work around the council. Questions by council members. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the mayor's questions about the exigent circumstances. Totally understand the urgency in using the Gutzweiler example. In addition to an example that, honestly, in my first week of employment at the city of Santa Cruz, my kids at De La Vega had a lockdown because of a very significant issue with a person, an inmate at the jail, at Dominican, fled the scene, and Bernie was here during that time, and probably the rest of you. So I understand those circumstances come up. I wonder if, and my feeling as a council member, having approval of the chief of police and/or his designee, if there is any issue with chief of police in consultation with the city manager, given the city manager reports to the city council, and I think just having that extra layer of accountability would make me more comfortable.
Thank you.
I'd be more than happy. I would just ask to maybe add the city manager or his designee in case he is not available. But I have somebody to connect with. Not a problem.
Councilmember Golder.
I actually have a concern with that because if it's 2 a.m, I hope the staff is sleeping and police departments work 24/7. If it's an emergency, I trust the chief or his designee to make a decision that's in the best interest of the public. I'd like the decision made as soon as possible to protect the life and safety of the residents of the city.
Thank you, Councilmember. The Vice Mayor, recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I also have a question on this policy. The examples were really helpful, so thank you for that. I appreciate that suggestion. I think our city manager does probably get calls at 2 a.m, whether you like it or not, but I think another layer that connects directly with the council would feel more comfortable for me as well. I had an opportunity to talk to the chief and understand this policy direction. I think it's important, and I think we should add it. If I'm understanding correctly, though, so we assist other cities, correct? And we give our equipment. Other cities use our staffing and our equipment. So I imagine that they have other cities that we assist have this similar policy in place, or they should.
Excuse me. Yes, I did ask a couple other agencies within the county. I did get a hold of Capitola in the sheriff's office, and both of their policies sort of remain silent on this particular topic. It doesn't explicitly call out. Really what it is it's essentially the same as what we're recommending, is that in an exigent circumstance, I have the authority to make that decision, but then I have to report to you as well as to the city manager immediately following, sort of explaining the what and the why is essentially what their policies state.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's more of a report out after the fact. It doesn't really actually call out in the case of an exigent circumstance and get that detailed.
So we're you could argue being more thorough in calling it out in this way and transparent in calling it out in this way.
Absolutely. We're just trying to be prepared. So, we're, again, being transparent as far as if we were going to make that request, that we're authorized to do it and the process to follow after.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Follow up on that item, if that's okay, just for some clarification. Chief, the second bullet in 705.1 mentions that you would be returning actually at the next annual military equipment report, so that could be as long as a year later. Is that the intention? Because what I think I just heard you say is that you would immediately come back to council with a report on that.
I believe it would be a part of our annual report. I'd be happy if you wanted to change the verbiage to come back within 30 days to report or something like that. I wouldn't have a problem. I don't have a problem with your original request, but I also agree with Councilmember Golder that, at some point, if it's an exigent circumstance, then I sometimes may not have a time to make a phone call. And quite honestly, I trust my staff, and they have to make these split-second decisions sometimes. Requesting equipment from outside is a little longer than that, but if it is exigent, there's not a lot of time to make phone calls. That doesn't really, that's incongruent with the word exigent. So either way you guys want to do it, I don't have a problem with either one of them.
I'm fully aware and comfortable with that, and I think some wordsmithing, we could basically say in consultation with the city manager at the urgency required, or something. I'll think about that, but I think that would be helpful. And I would prefer to change the second bullet to within 30 days of use of the equipment, if possible. And I can add that to a motion once we get to it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further question? Comment? what we're going to do I'm sorry, excuse me, Councilmember, please proceed.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief, for our phone call. I had some questions for you because this is a new policy for me as a new council person, and I definitely support transparency in this area. And I really appreciate the discussion happening right now and the comments by both Councilmember Golder recognizing urgency and Councilmember O'Hara trying to get oversight. I had a little bit of a question about, when training is captured in the reports and when other items are in there. Sorry, I've forgotten your name, sir.
Josh.
Josh, hi. I noted in your slides there that not every category had training. Is there some equipment that doesn't have active training on an annual basis?
There are some pieces of equipment that do not get trained with on an annual basis, one of those being the breaching shotguns.
Okay.
Part of that's a logistical issue of a place to actually train with them. So there are some hurdles. There are some items that get trained at different intervals. So they may not get trained in this reporting period, but they will the next. Yeah. Some of it has to do with department operational tempo. Maybe we weren't able to train that thing this year. We'll try and double up next year. Things like that. So.
Okay. And then for the UAVs, we had increase in new ones. Is that replacing older equipment? And then additionally with those, we talked about, perhaps if you ever needed additional ones or a different type to go interior. Have we had situations where all three have been used in the city since they've been acquired?
They are not replacing older equipment. This was a pilot program, brand new program to our department. So the drones that we have are the only drones that we've had. As far as all three being up in the air on a given operation, no. Generally speaking, we will run two at a time and keep one in reserve.
For battery?
Battery or damage. We wouldn't like all three to be damaged at once. We have had instances where interior drones would have been helpful, residences, vehicles, things like that. But no instance where they've all three been in the air at one time that I am aware of.
Okay, great. And Kathy, could you bring up the slides again I didn't get to see all the public comment slides that were there. I as a community member and now as a new council member, these things are so rare and unusual to me. The last one that's seen here, why did the police department not track firearm usage by firearm type in 2024? Could you speak to that at all?
I can.
And maybe plans for the coming year?
Absolutely. So we obviously carry handguns. All sworn peace officers carry handguns. And they're also issued AR-15 patrol rifles. In the past, a gun was a gun was a gun, right? So now we have to parse this out. Tracking when the AR-15s are displayed on a given basis can be somewhat of a moving target, honestly, with our current report writing system technology. If they're ever used in a lethal force scenario, that's something we will always know. What this is kind of referring to is the times where they're displayed or when they leave the building or all of the other instances where they might be used. Non-lethal use of force scenario. What we are working towards, as the guy who creates the report, I would love to be able to do this in a more efficient manner. So the department is working towards a new record management system, report writing system, that we get some say in how it's built and in things that are tailored for our uses in our department. One of the drawbacks to our current record management system is to change things like, say, adding boxes to check for the officer when they're writing their report to better capture this data, has to be approved by more than one agency in the county because we all share it. Other agencies don't track things the way we do. They're not going to approve a minor change just because we want it. So when we go down the road of this new record management report writing system, we've already been in discussion amongst ourselves of the things we want to see to help with these specific things. So we want a process that is efficient, that is much more reliable in data tracking, and that's kind of the thing that we're up against right now, with the anticipation that we'll get some customization in our future system to make this a much more efficient and accurate tracking of this information.
I thank you for that. That's what I'm seeking, is that accuracy in the future. You know, it comes home that, you know, when you say some items aren't you being trained every year, I do want to know that the AR-15s, when it's trained, when it's shown, when it's in usage. So I really appreciate that. And I get the usability for the officers with their systems that's ever changing. Thank you for that. You know, I think, Chief, you and I spoke a little bit about your March 27th meeting, which we have these questions here. And we talked about, I think there was some difficulty with folks being able to speak in, but they did the writing version. In the future, could our staff somehow support so you can have kind of a setup that we have here where the comments are limited to 2 minutes? You know, something could be put in place to support your teams as they're receiving feedback. I think that's something that constituents and, you know, that for you guys with the record keeping, I've seen recently, I've had a lot of meetings with our transportation folks, and thank you for that. And they use whiteboard things and such to kind of capture those. But I'd be interested in what ways we could implement some of that into these kinds of annual meetings, which I recognize are totally rare, right? That this is a new policy in 2022, right, for all of us, and that you've only had, 2 meetings probably since then.
Yeah, this is our 3rd year. I think, you know, there's pros and cons to the online version. I think more people, it's more accessible for people online versus coming to a physical space and doing it in person. I think that we would probably need some assistance from like city clerk staff to sort of help manage that time restrictions and all of that to just make sure that the meeting is well managed. I don't, you know, I'm not sure if our PIO has that knowledge yet, and maybe we can work on that. I mean, I'd be open to trying to change it. And I think we also had some technical difficulties with the Q&A or the chat, so everybody had to go to the Q&A or vice versa. So there were some technical difficulties that we were trying to work around.
I appreciate that. That's on so many of the Zooms, Teams, and all the other meetings that I do online right now. But yeah, I think that community members really love to see their feedback captured, whether it's a housing development, a parking thing, or in this case, something that's, you know, for lack of a better word, novel in our community. This is something we talk about once a year. These are equipment that are rarely used. The idea of militarized equipment in our community is something that, you know, far beyond. And I myself, you know, I did not serve in the military, right? So I don't have law enforcement background nor military, but I've hung around enough military to know the deep importance of security, of maintenance, and then this kind of data so I really appreciate the times, the data that you have displayed here and your transparency in coming with us to it. So thank you all.
And just so you know, not only did we have the meeting, but the report was put on our transparency portal, I think 3 to 4 days before the community meeting. And then it's been 30 days since the community meeting. And I've always been open and answered questions via email, either before the meeting, during the meeting, after the meeting. So I think that there is still a lot of that dialogue. And as an example, we did capture and try to present everything that came up in our meeting here to you know, draw attention to some of the questions.
Indeed, and I appreciate Chief and Kathy that you did pull these questions, because in the last days since that meeting happened, I think we've all received emails. I've received a particular number of emails
I think people know that I'm a Kingian Democrat from the get, right? So my basis here is always in the lens of nonviolence. And so military equipment is directly perpendicular to that. But I also recognize that these questions from community members are really, really important. With that, I'll close my comments. Thank you. And thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Further questions, comments by members? This is a opportunity for anyone to address us on this matter. If there's anyone with us in chambers, and Ms. Bush, will we have anyone so far online with their hand up? Yes. We do, okay. So, Mr. Ewing, good afternoon. We'll start with Mr. Ewing, then we'll pivot over to those online. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name is James Ewing Whitman. I really appreciate listening to another one of these dialogues. Took some notes, took some pictures of the information from what was in the packet. So I'm just going to go over some stuff. You know, not to my knowledge is a great quote because that's how we all learn. The 5G conductivity was mentioned. The difference between lethal and non-lethal. And then, you know, I'll get to 705.10, use in indigent circumstances. It's my understanding that the unelected official, the city manager, is actually above the police chief. So why shouldn't an unelected official without that kind of experience have complete 100% control? So I'm going to quote some things. I was looking for the page number, but in the section 3315, weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles of any kind. Also on that page 35, on page 15, tasers, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and long-range acoustical devices. So as far as military equipment, these two items were the best pieces of military equipment I could find in late 2023. They're not as good as my previous one because the screen's a whole centimeter wider, which makes it easier to text. So what's not being talked about, good, I got a minute and a half. I would have liked to have talked on 14, 16, 19, or 22. You don't realize how powerful these things are and what can actually be done. I mean, anybody done any research on the 1994 Rwandan genocide? That was all done with tactical frequency weapons, which are now our modern street lights and our cell towers and the device that's on top of the sheriff's, the over 50 phased array antennas. I mean, in 1976, there were over 8,500 documents that were declassified by the U.S. military, the Russian military, and many 3, 4, 5, 6 letter organizations. That information is more difficult to find today, but it's readily available. So we're not talking about the elephants in the room, which are their frequency weapons. I mean, I'm interested in learning. I'm on my 5th criminal justice set of classes at Cabrillo, and a textbook clearly described how law enforcement is operating without physical arms because the weapons and the things that are hurting the people on a larger scale are handled by federal agencies, and most of those federal agencies are corrupt. So I'm not trying to be critical here. I'm trying to be helpful. And there's a lot more information going on. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bush, we do have someone online. We'll take that person online. Good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting.
Hello, everybody. You can hear me?
Yes.
This is Peter Gelblum. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU County chapter of the Santa Cruz County chapter of the ACLU of Northern California. I submitted a detailed letter to council on April 17th. I can tell from some of the comments that at least some of you have read it. I'll summarize that and then get to my most important point. The fundamental thing I'm asking you to do is pretty simple. It's to comply with the law. That's it. You really don't have a choice. The council member mentioned about allowing people to speak at the community meeting. It's important. I believe SCPD did that in the first meeting. It wasn't limited to written comments. Written comments alone make it impossible to follow up. The answer that the chief gave about why the report did not track use by gun was totally insufficient. The answer is, well, we're working on it. Well, the law is 2 years old now. It's required them to track use by weapon, and they didn't do it. In the first year, the excuse is, well, we weren't ready for it. We didn't know it was coming. Okay, I accepted that, actually. That's an understandable use. But they had a whole year, and now they should be tracking by use. It's not enough to say, well, it's hard to do. If it's hard to do, you still have to comply with the law no matter how hard it is to do. And to say, well, we're working on the reporting form doesn't cut it. That violates the law, plain and simple. They did not break out the personnel and training costs for every item. On some they did. On many items, they said, well, that's absorbed in the general budget. At the community meeting, city attorney member, I think the person who's here today, admitted that it's required by the law. It was not done because it's difficult. Again, difficulty is not an excuse for failing to comply with the law. Very interesting on the amendment to policy 705.1, totally different than what was addressed at the community meeting. In fact, it wasn't even mentioned at the community meeting. But what needs to be done is it has to be clarified and amended to clarify that they're talking about borrowing things from other agencies. That's not what it says. It says we can use military equipment that's not in the report. Well, they shouldn't have any military equipment that's not in the report. And I think Chief Escalante acknowledged that, and what they're talking about is borrowing it. Well, that should be clarified, that they can use equipment that's borrowed from somebody else that they don't have. My final point is by far the most important, and that's what the council's obligations are here. The law specifically prohibits you from renewing this approval ordinance unless you make 4 specific findings. One is the military equipment inventoried and presented in the policy is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective. Officer, can I have another 30 seconds?
Please proceed. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Second is the proposed policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The third one is the equipment is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives. The report does not mention any of those items, and you, under the law, may not approve this ordinance unless you make those findings. You can't make those findings based on the record before you. So I just ask, please, give the same consideration to the overall policy you gave to the proposed amendment, which was wonderful, and to please follow the law. You're in no rush. There's no rush to do this. Take your time.
There's your 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the extra time. Thank you
very much. Anyone else online? Anyone else in chambers wish to testify on the matter? Matter is back before the body. Pleasure of the body.
Mayor, I'd like to move. I would like to move staff recommendation for item 33, and with one amendment, hopefully that Bonnie will bring up. In the case of policy 705.10, I did some wordsmithing here to include, so I'll read it, use it in exigent circumstances and with the approval of the chief of police or his or her designee in consultation with the city manager or his or her designee as circumstantially feasible. The police department may utilize military equipment that is not included in this policy to promote the safety and security of community members. If the department utilizes the military equipment in such exigent circumstances, it must take all of the following actions, with the second bullet being amended to report to council information about the use and the military equipment used consistent with government code section 7072 within 30 days of the use of the military equipment.
Captured all that? Very good. Thank you. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Or second.
Motion and a second. Council member, you may open on your motion.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. And honestly, looking through this, we also had an opportunity at the Public Safety Committee to have a report similar to this on the use of military equipment through your annual police auditor's report. In large parts, we do have exigent circumstances that happen. And I do strongly believe that under those circumstances, our chief of police needs to be able to make executive decisions very quickly in circumstances that oftentimes could be life or death. So I completely understand the need for that. I think what I added here in the PD policy allows for flexibility, but also ensures that we have an opportunity to engage with the city manager. And even if it's after you've made an executive decision, in consultation could happen 2 minutes later, 5 minutes later, whatever it might be. So my hope is that that would be agreeable to the police department and to my council members, my council member colleagues here. Otherwise, I do agree with Councilmember Triguero that some of the comments that came through, I would like to see some of those really looked at for next year. I assume that you will be able to meet those expectations through support of the city clerk's office or whomever from city staff could be helpful. In addition to that, the use of, I honestly did not track as closely as I probably should have, the use of different or documentation of different guns. If that is required, I hope that we do that next year. But I'm not going to add it to my motion. I'm going to assume that that's going to happen to the best of your ability. So that is it for me on the motion. Thank you for the opportunity.
Further questions, comments? Councilmember Golder is recognized.
I would like to again reiterate, I would offer a friendly amendment instead of in consultation to notify, if possible. Anyone that's ever been an incident commander in a situation that's an emergency, microseconds counts. And whoever the incident commander or the police officer on scene already has to consult the chief. And if my life or the life of anybody in this city is on the line, I don't think that it should be a game of operator. There should be enough trust in the organization that we can trust that they'll make the right decision and then notify the city manager when feasible, when it's safe to do so. And what that looks like, I don't know. And so I'm offering a friendly amendment to change in consultation to notify.
Is that considered a friendly amendment?
Probably not, but can I respond? Can we
Well,
be in dialogue?
Well, no, not until
Okay.
you decide whether or not you want to accept it. Because let me just explain why. If you accept it, then we can have the conversation. If you don't accept it, it gives the gentlelady an opportunity to make a motion to amend. So do you accept it as a friendly amendment?
No, not at this
Okay.
time.
Would you wish to make a motion to amend?
As it is, I don't feel comfortable supporting the motion.
Okay, so is that a yes?
I'm going to make a motion to amend.
Motion to amend. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. I will second it for purposes of discussion. Make your argument.
I would like the chief to respond to this and maybe speak to some of the situations that have happened here in this county. I know in the last 15 years, we'd have 3 officer deaths. Those were really tragic.
Chief?
We have police department running it.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
I agree that there's a tremendous amount of responsibility on my shoulders during a critical incident, and I have to keep not only the safety of the community, the officers involved, the surrounding neighbors, and their safety is paramount. But I also have to understand the values of this organization and the values of my boss and the values of the community. And I think that a consultation is, now that it's been brought forward, I think is very different than a notification that I made this decision. And I stand by it, and this is why I stand by it. And I'm put in this position, I'm assuming, with a level of confidence to make those decisions in critical situations. So I do agree that a notification is probably better verbiage than actual consultation.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor is recognized.
Can we put the motion back up, please? Because I totally hear and understand the concern that's being brought up, but my understanding is that the verbiage of circumstantially, where is it? As circumstantially feasible would address that urgency. If there is a life-threatening situation, that's circumstantially not feasible. So I think that's why Councilmember O'Hara has put that. So does that?
Yes, I think the circumstantially feasible is appropriate. I think in consultation, those two don't line up, is what I'm seeing, and maybe that's what Councilmember Golder is pointing out, is that the timing of it's more of a notification than a consultation. I think it's we're all in trouble if I'm calling the city manager and asking for permission. That's kind of like what a consultation, with the way I interpret that, right? Versus a notification, this is what I did and why I did it.
Okay.
And I need to, stand to the values again of this entire community and organization.
Yeah, and that's different than what was the original motion, correct? Not this one. The original staff recommendation, excuse me.
Yes.
You're adding, what was the word you used? Sorry. Instead of notification. Adding notification goes a step further than the original staff recommendation, but doesn't tie up you and as much as the consultation does. Is that my understanding correct?
Circumstantially feasible is key. I think that is appropriate, again, for the 3 a.m. sort of scenario. I think it's more of, consultation is more of, I'm consulting, I'm asking your advice, I'm asking for your permission, versus notification, I did this, I made this decision, and this is why. And then in 30 days, we will come back and report to the governing body.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just have a quick suggestion to the maker of the motion, if there's interest in this. So to be responsive to the chief's comments, one option could be to have the motion state, chief of police or his or her designee shall notify the city manager or his or her designee as soon as circumstantially feasible, stressing the expediency of it. I will just note that I don't want to speak on the chief's behalf, but I would imagine in most cases of utilizing this section in the event of an exigent circumstance, probably the vast majority of those, it would not be circumstantially feasible to notify me in advance or even in consultation. We do routinely, I do routinely get notified by the chief in the event, or one of his designees in the event of any major incident. That's just a matter of practice. But I can certainly understand the transparency around when this is exercised, ensuring that it's being reported on and reported out in a timely manner.
If I may just finish, after hearing you speak, I'm more comfortable with what the city manager just recommended. I'm not sure if the motion maker would be amenable to that. And I just want to make clear, this is not about our current chief or our current city manager. This is having policy for now and 20 years and 50 years into the future. We'll probably make changes, but it's having good policy for whoever is in that position.
So let me reset the table here so that we're clear where we at. We have an underlying motion. We have was not accepted as friendly amendment, so there is a motion to amend. Based on what you've heard, you're going to keep your motion to amend.
And going with the direction that the city manager said in that when.
So let's make sure the language then is the language you want.
Matt, please proceed with the motion.
Yeah, feel free to
Sure,
interrupt.
I'm happy to restate it.
Yeah.
So the edit would be, after designee, shall notify the city manager or his or her designee as soon as circumstantially feasible.
That is now your motion to amend.
That's correct.
That is acceptable to the second. Just make sure Ms. Bush has that down. Boy, yeah, give her a whole week of recognition here, yeah.
May I ask a question?
You may.
In the conversation, I lost this. Was the 705.1, was that also part of the community meeting that happened on the 27th? Did folks give feedback on that too, or is this new to us right now? I lost the timeline there for this piece.
Sergeant?
We did not speak specifically to this policy, which I'm going to take credit for that error, for not bringing it up. It was in the original report.
Okay.
I did not speak about it at the community meeting.
But it was in the report that was subject to the community meeting.
So it was
You didn't
contained in
read the
this.
entire
I just did not
document.
go
You
over it in depth.
Brief them on it. All right, thank you.
Thank you for that
Councilmember?
clarification. Yeah, this is a question for my colleagues then, since this is essentially a first reading, is something like this that hasn't gone through an advisory body or had, that kind of public hearing moment. Do we have to do a second reading on this then, or could we do a second reading on this?
Madam City Attorney.
Just as a question, sorry.
On another item, the question is whether or not the ordinance should come for a second reading.
Well, since 705.1 didn't go through an advisory body, didn't go through really the kind of public forum of that community meeting on the 27th, is this something that, maybe does deserve a second reading since it hasn't had that previous through public safety or,
If it's not part of the ordinance, it wouldn't need to go to a second reading, but it could if it's, if that's your request.
Okay, thank you for that information. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm reading this edit and it's very wonky. I don't think it's actually worded correctly. So in exigent circumstances and with the approval of the chief of police or his or her designee shall notify the city manager or his or her designee as circumstantially feasible, the police department may. So we've got some challenges, I think, that we need to fix here. Matt, I'm going to yield to you on that. In addition to that, this policy is in the ordinance. So I assume when we approve the first reading of it is part of the ordinance. It's not written into the ordinance. It's like attached to the ordinance or it's called out in the ordinance. So I think when we update the policy, I don't think the ordinance needs to be updated. We would just go to the second reading.
Further debate or discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
You-
I was not tracking. Did we fix the motion?
Let's go here. Mr. City Manager, Madam City Clerk.
I made the mistake of wading into
It's
this.
okay, let's align. Go ahead.
I'm asking the city clerk if she wouldn't mind sending me the language so that I can do it directly. It might be easier than speaking it out. soon as circumstantially provable.
Where does it go? Because I just copied and pasted yours. Right where your cursor is, as soon as. Where?
Yeah, as soon as, before circumstantially. I think that cleans it up.
Maker of the motion to amend, is that your motion to amend? Very good. That is the motion. Is there further debate or discussion on the motion? Let me ask City Manager Zuka and the Chief, if we adopt this motion, is that the end of our work on this, or we need a subsequent motion to do more? Is this, if this motion passes, we're finished with the item today?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. With that thought in mind, I'm going to be a no vote. And my reasoning is this: I completely trust and support our police department. I have a different issue. I'm still not over the Patriot Act, much less the reauthorization of the Patriot Act. And the direction that this federal administration is moving in doesn't make me more comfortable. It makes me a heck of a lot less comfortable about what they're doing. When we had a motion here to recommit ourselves to being a sanctuary city, one of the basic concepts was that we don't believe the federal government can federalize our local police. And I don't believe that then, I don't believe that now. That's a different issue, I understand, than whether there is surplus equipment that is of a military nature, and we may choose to avail ourselves of the opportunity to acquire that. I am not a big fan of militarizing the police department with federal military equipment. I don't think that's a good idea generally. Now, can we pick out, well, we've got a drone here and that's not lethal and that's a good thing? And absolutely, of course we can. But it doesn't get distinguished that way. It gets distinguished as military equipment, some of which is in fact lethal, that we acquire. My question in my mind, this is the third report since I've been the mayor, and I think the process is getting way better. And Chief, thank you for moving the public meeting ahead of this meeting. I think it was very important, made all kinds of sense, and I think it's a better product because of that. But I do wonder generally about this program, which to me goes something like this. When I go to Ace Hardware on the weekend and I need to, pick up some extra line for my weed whacker, then I go to check out, there's like 20 things I wouldn't buy except they're right at the checkout stand. Like, I never thought I'd want that or that or that. Great. I didn't need any of it. I wanted it. And there's a bit of that going on in this for me, which is that the federal government, or the government other than us, makes equipment available to us. I'm not sure there's a shopping list that precedes that by us, which says when we inventory all of our equipment and all of our needs now and going forward, here's some holes in that. And let's see if what the federal government, what this equipment that's available, does that fit our needs? As opposed to, gee, we didn't think of this, or that'd be a nice thing to have, et cetera. And I think that strengthens, I don't think helpfully, that relationship where military equipment finds its way into local sheriffs and police offices. Again, I understand there's lethal and non-lethal equipment out there. That would make me more comfortable if in the future that's where we were going. And again, this is not about our police department or its use. It's about a larger issue of what local policing versus the federal government and its military duties are about. They are not the same. They should never be the same. And I have deep skepticism about strengthening that relationship. So you understand why I'm going to be voting. So you and I have had this conversation in previous years. So I just want to be clear why I'm doing that. Clerk will call the roll.
Just to clarify, this is on the motion to amend, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Councilmember Triguero?
No.
Newsom?
Aye.
Holder?
Aye.
O'Hara?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Mayor Keeley?
No, motion to amend hold on. Motion to amend is adopted. We will now vote on the main motion, the underlying main motion. Clerk will call do you want to say something about that? Okay, there we go. We'll call excuse me? I can't hear you.
I'm lost. Is it her motion? Is the main motion?
It is now the main motion as amended by yours. We had a main motion.
Got it.
Motion to amend. Adopted it. Now the main motion is on. Question? No, good. Doing fine. You're new. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero?
I'll be voting no, and I want to thank the mayor for his comments.
Newsom?
Aye.
Holder?
Aye.
O'Hara?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson?
Aye.
Mayor Keeley?
Aye. Excuse me, no. Motion passes 5-2.
He's
I'm
new.
so used to saying yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also new.
Accidentally said no, so it's all good.
Okay, very good. Motion passes 5-2. Thank you. Good work. Good to see you.
Just to clarify, it's 4-2, right?
Or some number close to that. It
She's
is
probably
4-2.
voting wherever she's at in
4-2.
Sacramento, I don't know.
Very good. Thank you. Let me get, thank you. Thank you all very much. Ms. Kaluli, let me ask you a quick question. How long do you think this item will take? Yours does. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. We'll be back here at 3:30. Where did you take it? Thank you. City Council is back in session following our break in the afternoon, the hour of 3:32 arriving. We're going to return. We will be on item 34.1. And this is the Bay Corridor Design Concept, California Street to High Street and environmental determination of a categorical exemption. We have material in our packet, and we have two excellent staff people here to present. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Claire Glogly, Principal Transportation Planner for the city. I'm joined by Matt Starkey, our Transportation Manager. We're very excited to be before you today with this project. Today we'll be talking about the Bay Corridor, specifically the segment between California and High, exclusive of Escalona to Nobel. What we'll go through is overall the project background and goals, what we are proposing for the design, a recommendation summary, and then get into questions. The recommendation in front of you, I like to start with this, is in 4 parts. The first is a design decision. So we're bringing you our concept level design for your blessing for us to then proceed into construction documents. You will see this project again after this. This gives us a thumbs up and direction to continue with our design process. The next piece is to enter into an agreement with Caltrans. This project crosses a state highway, Mission Street at Bay. And Caltrans is going to be doing a project on their own, and we have the ability to combine resources here to deliver a better, faster, cheaper, more efficient project. So we're looking forward to that. The third piece is direction to start the right-of-way process with Santa Cruz City Schools. The proposed design utilizes a portion of the Bayview Elementary School frontage on Bay. In our preliminary discussions with them, they are fully on board with the Safe Routes to School project, but our APO does state that we come to you first. And then finally, the secret determination.
Before you continue, during the break, I received some information from our city attorney relative to a council member and whether or not they may or may not have a conflict. And before we go 1 minute further, I'd like to give the opportunity to the city attorney to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was looking more into this during the council meeting, and Councilmember Golder asked at the beginning of the meeting about her employment with Santa Cruz City Schools. And the recommendation, item 34.3, involves a potential property acquisition from Santa Cruz City Schools, which would likely necessitate a direct contract between the city and Santa Cruz City Schools, which is Councilmember Golder's employer. And as such, it's a little different from some of the previous conflict of interest advice we've given her on matters where Santa Cruz City School isn't a direct contracting party. So after looking it up, she is deemed to have a remote interest. And under Government Code Section 1090B13, and subsection A of that same section says that an officer shall not be deemed to be interested in a contract entered into by the body within the meaning of this article if the officer has only a remote interest in a contract and if the fact of that interest is disclosed to the body or board of which the officer is a member and noted in the official records, and thereafter the body or board authorizes, approves, or ratifies the contract in good faith by a vote of its membership sufficient for the purpose without counting the vote or votes of the officer or member with the remote interest. So long story short, Councilmember Golder can participate. She should disclose her interest now, and it should be noted in the records. And should the council choose to pass 34.3, it should be with sufficient votes, not counting Councilmember Golder's vote.
Very good. Councilmember?
So as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, I am employed by Santa Cruz City Schools, principal at Bayview. I'm not allowed to enter into any contracts. Those are all done through cabinet. And so, but I'm happy to participate. And if you want, I can abstain or I could vote after everybody's done. I'm not sure what the order looks like with that.
Well, I think that given the city attorney's opinion that you frankly are obligated to now participate, and so long as your vote, when we cast vote, is not the deciding vote. So, ready to go? Here we go. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Centering us on this project, our overall project goal is to improve safety and mobility for all users. So frequently when Matt and I come to you, we're bringing you a bike project or a pedestrian project or a transit project. This is really a complete streets project. It includes improvements for people walking, people biking, people taking transit, and people driving. As we move through to orient you, Bay is about a 2.2 mile long corridor. It's hard to fit on a map. So this simplified stick diagram moves from the left at Westcliff to the right at High Street, traveling up Bay. In the future, we will be bringing you an item for the segment between Westcliff and California. The item before you today is from California to High, exclusive of Escalona to Nobel, which is underway right now. We'll go through what the proposed design is there, but just touching on funding here, earlier, item 16 that you approved this Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities funding, which is a primary funding source in this project as well. It's really linking housing and transportation together. We have some other funding sources here as well. A big thing is that this is primarily grant funded. We have about $51,000 of flexible funding here with the gas tax. The rest of it we've been awarded competitively. We're really proud of that. As we move through this project, we think of some key considerations. So the first is, why is this corridor a priority? Why are we bringing this to you and putting all this work into it? In our 2017 Active Transportation Plan, this corridor was defined as one of our top 10 projects in the city. So really seeking, how can we improve this primary corridor that people have expressed a huge amount of interest in improving mobility and safety on? The next that we consider are what are our grant requirements. As I mentioned, this is primarily grant funded, and those grants come with strings of what we need to do. So making sure that the design that we put forward checks all of those boxes that we've promised our granting agency. The next is who is our design user, and we'll get more into that. But as you know, along this corridor, we serve parks, senior housing, an elementary school's front door, a middle and high school, a university, tons of housing, neighborhood commercial, multiple parks. We really think of the design user here as someone of all ages and abilities, but primarily looking at our young users and wanting to get to a type of facility that students can travel independently to school. The next two, how do we deliver this project and what are the major schedule requirements? We really do think about, as a long corridor that crosses a state highway, how do we deliver it? And the best way that we know to do that is in partnership at the same time that Caltrans is delivering their capital maintenance project along the entirety of Highway 1, Mission Street, through the west side of Santa Cruz, and the ability to really partner in there and leverage the effort, time, and expense through that. So really looking at schedule milestones and requirements there. An important thing here that I noted and is extensively noted in your staff report is we really do think of who is your design user here on this corridor. We are using a newer framework that we haven't brought you before, which is an all ages and abilities framework and looking at a level of traffic stress. You can think of this as how do you feel when you're biking somewhere? And often the biggest reason that you get from people of why they don't bike is because I don't feel safe. And when you say, why do you not feel safe? It's because of the proximity to cars and the speed of vehicles going next to them. We set a goal for this corridor to get to a level of traffic stress level 2 or better, which is an increasing separation between people who are walking and biking and vehicles. The design that we put forward, we think does that. Level of traffic stress 2 really meets the needs of a design user of an elementary school age child being able to get to school on their own. For reference, this is my kid when he was in first grade. That's how big a first grader is. And thinking of a first grader who can travel, you know, I live 4 blocks away from our elementary school, and I want him and my younger child to be able to travel independently to school. And this is the type of facility that I would say yes to. Getting into our design proposal, there is a link to the plans in your staff report. It's very extensive, so keeping it to high level here. What we are proposing is a bi-directional separated bike lane from California to King. You can see that in the top left graphic there, an example of that. At King, we propose shifting to a single direction separated bike lane, continuing up to the base of campus at High. We will also have pedestrian crossing improvements and transit boarding islands. Transit boarding islands are shown in this bottom image here. It's a new feature to our area, but one that Metro is increasingly pursuing. The transit routes that serve this corridor operate on 15-minute frequency, serve the university, and carry about 60% of Metro's ridership. And what Metro knows is that right now, 50% of the time that their buses are in service, their tires are stopped, trying to get to and from the bus stop, which dramatically delays the amount of time that it takes people to get from where they are to where they want to be. Especially on this corridor, we're trying to get as many students to and from UCSC on the bus as possible, rather than driving alone through our neighborhoods. This is something that we really want to support. So what does this look like? Bringing us back to this oversimplified stick diagram. The two-way protected bike lane we are proposing from California, where the existing rail trail two-way facility is, all the way up to King Street on the front edge of Bayview. So all the students who are going there are already at their school's front door. As you get to King, we use some intersection designs to transition to one-way separated bike lanes, a more standard design, the rest of the way up to High. This ties into the project under construction right now between Escalona and Nobel. In some segments, we will have bike lanes at sidewalk level, including in front of Bayview Elementary, and then north of King Street until you get to Escalona. That uses an additional level of separation and lowers that level of traffic stress. And then throughout the corridor, we will have transit boarding islands, as mentioned, to speed up travel time reliability for people who are taking transit, and to increase the separation between buses and bikes as well. Additional elements that I wanted to call out here that I've had feedback on are the proposed circulation and access control. So these are concept level plans that are before you that we're asking for your direction to proceed on. In these concept level plans, we include turn restrictions on side streets off of Bay between Lenox and Toledo on the corridor. This is an area that we're going to continue refining based upon counts that we've heard feedback on. So the direction you give today, don't take it as that these are final. We will continue working on those. So you can give us additional direction or just know that we are already proceeding with that. An additional element was questions about trash collection, and we are working with our collections team on that right now, as well as looking at how other people do it. This graphic is one example of how it could be done in the buffer zone that is created. Signals are another area that we've gotten questions on. The big thing here is that right now, when you are walking and biking during the green phase when you would go, there is the ability for cars to be crossing that area that you're in via right turns or left turns, and the ability to have conflicts there. Through changes to signal design, there will not be that conflict anymore in the proposal. There will be a separation of time and space for people who are walking and biking from people who are driving. And that's something that's a really big safety benefit as part of this project that we're happy to bring forward. Through our work with the Transportation and Public Works Commission, we did get direction from them to explore what a separated one-way bike lane would look like rather than the two-way that we are recommending today. We did that work with our design consultant here, and as a result of that alternatives analysis, we continue to recommend the bidirectional separated bike lane between California and King before switching to a separated one-way. There are a couple of major reasons for that. First and foremost is it has the lowest level of traffic stress, and primarily that's because you maintain that separation of people biking and walking at intersections, fully removing that potential conflict with cars. The second is that while this proposal does remove parking through the corridor, the two-way, the bidirectional, maintains some amount of parking there, and we thought that that was a valuable thing to pursue. For transit, we're able to get better transit boarding islands, better transit facilities with the bidirectional, and we're able to have coordination with the Caltrans project and their buy-in, whereas with the one-way, we still will have that Caltrans coordination. We'd have to do some additional work, and it would be a new project proposal to them. But a bigger concern is the need to move utilities, which could disrupt our entire project schedule and our grant timelines there. Finally, the two ways a project we could afford, and the one way would require shortening the project limits. So we feel really good about recommending the project before you today for all of these reasons. Getting to the schedule, here we are in 2025 with you today with 4 pieces of recommendation. Our next step from this would be to hand off this design to Caltrans. Caltrans would take on the section at the Mission Street intersection as part of their project. Significantly, this saves a ton of time and effort and also the experience of the traveling public. So rather than Caltrans doing their project, ripping up the streets, and us coming in right behind, ripping up the streets again, much to Principal Renee's parents' concerns there, we would be able to do this project a lot more efficiently at a lower cost and with much better coordination and project delivery. So we're looking forward to that. And then the city portion of the project outside of the Caltrans right-of-way would proceed in lockstep with that. Moving forward in 2026, we'll be finalizing this design, bringing it back to you for construction in 2027 in coordination with that Caltrans project there as well. Key next steps, as mentioned, after today would be to proceed with Caltrans on getting into a local agreement, to continue work with Santa Cruz City Schools on the right-of-way phase for the Bayview frontage, and to complete the design. You'll see all of these again. Here's the motion as it's written in the staff report, but just the 4 parts of it up here. And Matt Starkey and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments by members? I'll go last. Fine. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for the fast and very comprehensive presentation. I had an opportunity to talk to staff ahead of today's discussion and did share some concerns about e-bike use, in particular within the bidirectional bike lanes, with the objective to increase perceptions of safety, increase safety, ensure that all age demographics can use and want to use the bike lane. I am concerned about the increasing use of e-bikes, the speed of e-bikes, and how that might be impacting our youngest students, particularly those and children at Bayview, from feeling safe, and from seniors as well. So I would, I guess this comes in the form of a question. What, do we have any laws on the books to further regulate current California policy guidelines, laws around e-bike regulation? And have we considered recently coming with our own policy around that?
Currently, there are none. It is one of the elements in your legislative agenda.
But just to confirm, we haven't engaged with e-bike policy or regulations on council.
Councilmember, could I just take a second on that? So I think there's been pretty strong interest for some time. Doggone it, what do we do about this? Some of the stuff looks pretty reckless and dangerous for the people on it, and so on and so on. So we took a look at that, and in discussions, it seemed like we have the authority, if we wanted to do certain things. The hesitancy, I think, was if we do something, the county doesn't, and then Capitolis does, and then this county doesn't, and then Watsonville does, right? It's like, and you're riding along. I need a helmet here, I need a license there, I don't need something here, I don't need that. So we then turned to our legislative delegation. We said, what's going on? And they said, there's two things. There was a bill, I believe, in Marin County, which said that if all the cities in Marin County adopted an ordinance together so that there wasn't that kind of on-off in the county, you could do that. They got special legislation from their legislative delegation to do that. Secondarily, if I recall, or remember rather, there is a study bill that is going to be reporting, I believe, to the legislature in this calendar year about this larger subject of what should the state be doing, what makes sense in that regard. And those are the two actions. So in our legislative program, as I recall, we said we want to match up with that, see what's going on so that we can provide input on that state bill. But that we we did take a pass on doing something independent because of those reasons, is my recollection.
One thing I'd be remiss not to note is that we are outside of legal laws side of it. We are focusing heavily on education and encouragement. I see we have folks from Ecology Action, Chloe Ortiz, who works on the planning team, is working with me on our active transportation plan update right now. Ecology Action is working with Mission Hill Middle School and has an e-bike presentation tonight that's tailored to families. And through our work on the active transportation plan, we've been engaging directly with every single school principal. And one of the key focuses that will come out of that, I'd be surprised if we didn't have some e-bike recommendations coming to you as well.
Well, I'll just say I'll be very good. Glad to hear it. I am not convinced that middle school education is going to solve our problem. But anyway, all right, back to Councilmember
Mayor
O'Hara.
and Council, just one more quick comment with regards to legislation and potential state bills. The Capitola City Council did just recently take action and provide direction to staff to send an advocacy letter to Assemblymember Pellerin outlining a number of safety and regulatory improvements, including establishing a minimum age for driving certain e-bikes, as well as a mandatory state test as a couple of examples. They have engaged with and reached out to the other cities within the county, trying to gauge interest as well. So those conversations are ongoing, and it's my understanding that there is quite a bit of chatter in Sacramento on the topic statewide. So we'll continue to monitor that and provide updates as appropriate.
Just one quick follow-up. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Matt. I see this as an exigent issue, honestly, on Bay Street, or is it Bay Street or Bay Avenue? You get my point.
Street and drive.
Yes,
it
thank
changes.
you. And what I mentioned to staff last week is with the use of the rail trail, there are a lot of older kids that are moving through that area during school release. I personally know 2 kids that have been plowed over, right, on e-bikes, no helmets. It is a very challenging circumstance. So while I appreciate that there is California legislation, I feel like the concern about cities versus counties within the county having similar policy is more around commuter considerations and not young children that are using what we are upgrading to improve safety and potentially clashing with e-bikes. So we'll talk about this more. This is no longer a question, but I appreciate the opportunity to share some perspective.
Very good. Please proceed. We have other questions? Councilmember Colataro Johnson.
Thank you.
Also known as the Vice Mayor.
I share those concerns and shared them. We were in the same meeting, Councilmember O'Hara and I. And I have a teenager who I shared this at the meeting on the rail trail, had a head-on with a university student around that bend. Helmet, thank God, but still a concussion and ER and all that. He's fine now. He took his SATs today. So the brain's still functioning, but there are concerns. So I'm glad to hear that we're engaged, and I'd really like to be, I think I've articulated this, I'd really like to be part of those conversations. But what I really wanted to say is I am very excited about this. In reading through the staff report and participating in your presentation earlier last week, this really embodies our Children and Youth Bill of Rights that we adopted a few years ago. This really embodies our health and all policies. This is putting policy and values to action, and we've been talking about it for a long time. So I'm excited. Both my kids had to cross Bay and Mission for middle school. They're no longer a middle school, but, it was like, oh, hope they make it home alive, every day. So I'm just really happy to see this hopefully move forward. Other parents won't have the same anxieties that some of us have had. I shared this one concern, I shared the e-bike concern, but I've shared this other concern. I think we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but the left turn constraints that design calls for, I understand why it calls for it. I think we just really, when we get to that, need to think through how is that going to impact mobility and traffic flow overall in that corridor, and what are the things we're not thinking about? What are the things I'm not thinking about as we design that piece of it? So I think with that, I'm just excited to see this come through, and thank you for all of the years of work you've put into it.
For the debate or discussion, Councilmember Golder.
Thank you for putting me last. We could cross some things off my list, but I appreciate the staff that's been working on this for years. I've spent a lot of time on the corner with, you may or may not know that the police department runs the crossing guard program. And when somebody calls in sick, I substitute as a crossing guard as well. So I'm out there quite a bit. And like you said, it is a deadly intersection. There's been, I think, 3 traffic deaths on that corner since I've worked at the school. So it's pretty scary at Mission and Bay. I appreciate you bringing up the trash day concern. That was one of the only concerns we heard amongst neighbors. The reduced parking spaces at the community meeting wasn't even as much of a concern as where is my trash can going to go and is a bike going to run into it, which I thought was really putting the community values and actions, in one. I think one thing, if I may request, if you work with Metro in putting a trash can at their stops, they're not at all the stops, and there's a lot of litter that accumulates along that corridor because of that. And then the other, and I know it's maybe out of your scope, but you have influence on the board. And then my other request, and I say this every time you come before us with one of these projects, please don't make it look like a permanent construction zone. Like, make it look like nice, not tacky. Thank you.
For the debate, got that? Nothing tacky in that construction zone. All right. For the debate. Let me ask if anyone in the public wishes to make comment on this item. Please come forward. Welcome to the council meeting. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Matt Miller. I work as the Director of Mobility Transformation across the street at Ecology Action. Really excited to see this project come forth. And I wanted to just provide in the 2 minutes that I had some context relative to our organization and then also some reflections on the design. So as many of you know, we're a local nonprofit in town. We've been around for 55 years. We work on advancing equitable community climate solutions in high greenhouse gas emitting sectors, transportation being the biggest one here in our county. And our Moto Active Transportation team, a staff member in the audience here today, we provide youth, pedestrian, and bicycle safety work all over the county at schools everywhere, including Bayview Elementary. And we also provide events like Walk and Roll to School Day and Bike Month. One of the things that we regularly hear from our program participants is that they would like to bike more. And the way to unlock that would be providing safer infrastructure to do it. This is a thing that we all know. We've heard it for many years. But just to say that that is real and that's true, and that this type of project helps address that expressed need. The specifics of this design that are really exciting, I think the fact that staff are using NACDO's All Ages and Abilities Guide and level of traffic stress criteria. That's new, and it's really exciting to see that because it feels like it is a rigorous and responsible way of looking at how do you really make this corridor work for all users, not just how do you move cars efficiently through intersections, but what is the experience at the street level? What's the humanity like? And for this corridor that spans more than 2 miles from Westcliff all the way to UCSC, neighborhoods, parks, schools, key transit routes, what this design represents is really not only a safer design, but an opportunity for a street to not feel like a place you have to tolerate, but a place that you might want to spend time. Maybe you want to be outside in public interacting with your neighbors. So having physical separation, providing more safety, we know from research that clearly makes a better condition for a street than painted Class 2 bike lanes. And the project not only provides for road safety, but it also improves location access. Some people might view the street and say, I can't get there because it doesn't feel like there's a safe way for me to do it, and also can contribute to neighborhood livability. So separation from high-speed, high-volume vehicular traffic, this is a great way to do that. And Ecology Action fully supports the staff recommendation for Bay Street and look forward to the transformation that's forthcoming. Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you for being here. Thanks to Ecology Action for all the fine work you people do. It's very good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the council meeting.
Good afternoon, Matt. I didn't think you were around for 55 years with Ecology Action. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Let me get rid of this. My name is Leo Jed. I'm a 22-year resident of the city of Santa Cruz, and I also want to recognize, acknowledge, and applaud the staff for addressing the Bay Street corridor. It's an important one, and it takes time to make progress, but we're making it slowly. I have been teaching bicycling safety for 20 plus years. I am a certified instructor by the League of American Bicyclists. I teach and have trained with the American Bicycling Education Association's Cycling Savvy program. I'm on our county's RTC Bicycle Advisory Committee, and I'm a member of the board of the California Association of Bicycling Organizations. And wearing that hat, I'm involved weekly with state legislation on bicycling, and lately with a fair amount of back and forth on e-bike issues. I'm here to speak against the segment of the project that is a bidirectional protected bikeway. I am in favor of the alternative that the staff is presenting, which is continuing lanes, protected or unprotected, ambivalent there, on each side of Bay Street. You have a letter in your packet from Rick Hyman. Please take a few moments and read it carefully. He makes some very cogent arguments, and I'm fully in support of those arguments, and I'll try not to repeat many of them. One of the items he speaks to is reducing the overall travel lane width that we as cyclists have in the bidirectional plan for that couple of block segment. We're talking about 8 feet to 10 feet. So that means 4 to 5 feet for each cyclist. That's in each direction. That's 8 to 10 feet is in total, whereas but having the bikeways in the direction of traffic, which, by the way, we are all taught to ride in the direction of traffic. May I continue, or?
Please, take another minute. Take a minute.
We are taught to ride in the direction of traffic, and utilizing a bidirectional approach presents a myriad of conflicts, both for car drivers and for bicyclists, and certainly having e-bike riders approaching adults, walkers, children, tricycles at high speeds, which in many cases are higher than the 20 or 28 mile limit that our state law says. Over that, they're not permitted. They're very easy to fix to exceed that limit. Anyway, so the bidirectional introduces many conflicts. Some of them can be addressed and are being addressed by traffic controls, by lights. But again, lights being used in a way that most users of our roadways, be they children, kids, people on bikes, people on cars, people on scooters, are not accustomed to. It is new to them. Yes, there is education is an imperative part of any bicycling safety, but this is one that I just urge you to consider the alternative that staff is providing you. And let me just address one more point. The staff report is very clear. It talks about feeling safe. I analyze on and off crashes between cyclists and motorists and cyclists and cyclists. And many times I have heard from cyclists in protected bikeways saying, but I thought this was safe. I thought this was safer. And there's a big difference between just feeling safe, being a nifty NACTO design, and in fact, being safer to all users of the roadway. Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence. And if you have any questions on e-bikes and e-bike legislation and what cities and counties can do and can't do, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your involvement in cycling issues. Anyone else? Anyone online? We'll take the person online. Good afternoon, person online. Welcome to the council meeting.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, as a resident of Bay Street right now, I wondered if the bidirectional lane is approved and it's raised along the residences, who is funding any of the costs associated with current discharge, sump pump discharges to the street? Because that would need to be changed for those people on the Bayview side. So if that can be addressed in the future, that would be great. And again, being a Bay Street resident, I wondered, with the bidirectional lane, would bike traffic still be allowed on the main streets? Because if people do need to exit in other areas, are they going to still be allowed on the street with vehicular traffic, where I think you have to maintain a 3-foot gap? So is there enough space for all of that? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Anyone else online? Anyone else with us? Just very quickly, would you address the last point the gentleperson raised?
The last point, the answer is yes, you may still take the lane as a cyclist.
Thank you very much. The matter is back before the body. Pleasure of the body. Councilmember.
I would like to move staff's recommendation with the following amendment or addition. Do you happen to have that? Oh, sorry. Okay. To direct staff to return to council in a reasonable time frame in relation to emerging statewide legislation, with recommendations for local regulations and infrastructure enhancements specific to e-bike use, including but not limited to speed limits, rider age guidelines, helmet enforcement strategies, and signage improvements to ensure safe multimodal use.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Let me ask real quickly, would you be willing in that to think about any way, you've enumerated a number of conditions in there, the other two that are oftentimes enter this conversation on a statewide basis are insurance and licensing.
Adding those to as in the list. Great.
Thank you. You may open on your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. It goes without saying, appreciation. As a young mother who lived on the east side and took her kids to Bayview Elementary for preschool, I spent a lot of time riding my bike across all kinds of different roads. And Bay Street did not feel like a safe road to ride on with my kids. And so ended up spending a lot of time driving, whereas I was, on my bike a lot when the kids were young. So I really do appreciate the work that we're putting into this entire corridor. I think that it will greatly improve conditions for young children going and exiting school. I do have, some conceptual concerns about bidirectional versus unidirectional. I do like the idea of having the kids on one side of the street, and I think that's going to make a big difference. And for me, this additional aspect of the motion gets to my biggest concern, which is how quickly e-bike use has increased, how, from my perspective, unsafe it is, unregulated. And I know that there are new regulations coming down the pike. There are pilot programs like we're seeing up in Marin. So I'm trying to provide a lot of flexibility with this motion, return at the time that staff thinks it's reasonable to return. But I would like to have council direction suggesting this is a priority.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further debate or discussion on the motion?
Am I allowed to add to the motion or no?
Go to the city attorney on this.
You can try a friendly amendment.
Or can I add staff direction, additional staff direction without it being a motion? Is it too late? Not okay.
You can give informal staff direction if you'd like, but we're on this motion, and I think a friendly amendment would be appropriate if you have something.
I do. May I add a friendly amendment to direct staff to collaborate with Metro in looking at school arrival and dismissal times and bus routes?
I'd be happy to
As
do
part
that
of this
without that
plan?
being direction.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just didn't, I felt like,
Ms. Bush, I think that
Withdrawn.
the council member withdrew that. Okay, very good, thank you. Further debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson. Aye. And Mayor Keeley.
Aye, motion passes and so ordered. We're on item 35, Economic Development Strategy Update and Recommendations, the first reading of the vibrancy ordinance. We have a staff report and materials. Ms. Lipscomb, good afternoon. Ms. Noisy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Bonnie Lipscomb, Deputy City Manager. I just want to provide some context before Rebecca goes into a presentation. And this starts back with 2024 in January. We came forward with a series of recommendations, and we'd been working with a few of the council members on those recommendations at the time. And we came back in June of 2024 with an update on those. And so we're before you again today. These are tied into our economic development strategy overall, which started in 2021. And when we did that strategy, we were in the height of the pandemic. And so the first 2 years of that strategy were really focused on pandemic relief. And then the final 3 years, of which we're in the final year, were really focused on recovery. And as you all, I know, are experiencing, we're all experiencing, we're still definitely in recovery mode. And so the number of recommendations that you will see today are responsive to that. They're responsive to the last direction we have from council, but they're also responsive to new emerging conditions, particularly in the downtown. So I wanted to acknowledge that before we got started. And I also want to acknowledge that this is a joint council economic development presentation and series of actions today. From the last direction that we had, we've been working with the council subcommittee of Councilmember Newsom, Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson, and Councilmember Golder. Specifically on a council really led initiative around a vibrancy ordinance in the downtown. So I also wanted to acknowledge that and the work that the committee has done, and particularly the council members in outreaching to property owners in the downtown and having a meeting and actually follow-up meetings with brokers in the downtown to get considerable feedback, and we made adjustments working with the city attorney's office, actually Cassie specifically, on the ordinance that's before you today. But I also wanted to acknowledge that some of the items that are coming before you today are really also possible because of our, across the whole city, engaged efforts in our community, and specifically around housing in the downtown. And because of the grants that we've received on our Pacific Station North project, the project with Metro, and our downtown library project, we have over close to 22 million in infrastructure funding that's coming into the downtown. We have some other leveraged economic development trust funding and even some RDA bonds. So collectively, we have over 30 million that we're investing in the downtown across our departments, related and really to support the long-term viability and sustainability of the downtown. So these efforts that Rebecca is going to talk about today are really focused on the future of our downtown, 20, 30, 40 years of being able to support those anchor tenants, to keep them, to be able to attract new types of businesses that support our long-term, very successful businesses that we have downtown. So efforts around supporting property owners, and efforts supporting brokers helping to lease vacant storefronts, of which we have more than we've had in the past right now. Efforts to retain some of our anchor tenants, like our movie theaters, which we know attract other business downtown. Efforts to activate our downtown, to work with some of our great local event providers, working obviously with our farmers market, which we've come forward with you recently. All of these actions together are really focused on helping to sustain long-term downtown vibrancy and address some of the issues that we've been facing. So with that opening, I'll turn it over to Rebecca for a presentation.
Ms. Unick, good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Rebecca Unick, Economic Development Manager. So Bonnie, you touched on this a little bit. This is a follow-up from an update on our economic development strategy that we gave in January of 2024, and then a follow-up in June of 2024. So we've been working on this additional direction for our economic development strategy in these 6 areas. And the presentation today is going to focus on those top 2 of placemaking and activation, and assessment of remaining storefronts, and development of potential incentives for property owners. So what I'm going to cover this afternoon is these 4 areas, looking at alleyway activation, farmers market expansion, we'll touch on that a little bit, addressing vacant storefronts, and our Downtown Pops program, some changes we're proposing there. So starting with our alleyway activation initiatives, the city has kicked off our Downtown Plan Paseos project. So this is an infrastructure improvement project that we're working on with SWA Landscape Architecture. This is using funds from our IIG grant from the Pacific Station North project, which Bonnie mentioned, that grant funding that we're leveraging. This is looking at some infrastructure improvements in our different alleyways throughout downtown. You see that orange shaded area, that's the primary focus. Looking at Plaza Lane, Commerce Lane, Pearl Alley, and Fraser Lewis Lane, and adding some new features that'll really make these spaces that you want to hang out in, that are going to be fun and inviting, adding some family-friendly elements to that, and then also creating a whole wayfinding to help our visitors navigate to those different areas that you might not know exist. So just to give you a brief preview, this will be coming to the council later when we have this more refined, and we've done some initial outreach with the Downtown Association already to get some feedback from the merchants, and we'll be doing some direct outreach to businesses that are fronting on these alleyways to get their feedback as well. But Plaza Lane, as an example, this alley has a really great pedestrian feel already, but looking at enhancing that with some overhead lighting, being able to add a children's play space potentially. It's one of the more closed off alleys that's a little bit more naturally protected. There's no vehicle flow through this area that you see highlighted in yellow. And so looking at if we can activate that, but also being respectful of some of the business conditions that are around there. This is where the tea house is and various objects. So making sure that this is compatible with their hours and sort of noise levels around commerce. But this is one of their presentations. So rendering that they drew up, you can see the string lighting added over the top there. They're looking at some graphic wayfinding they can put on the ground there. There's a bird theme with this, but that isn't necessarily what we're sticking with. We got some good feedback around, looking at more of our marine environment potentially. But this is really building out a full, children's play structure there that could be a really great family amenity. It's something that we've heard from the Downtown Association and other merchants and our community of wanting in downtown. So that's, sorry, I went a little too quick on that one. So that's just sort of an example of what we could see as a transformation of this alleyway, really making it inviting there. Another component that we've looked at with this project and that we've heard a lot of interest from businesses as well is really engaging some more opportunities for outdoor dining. We've had a lot of great success with our parklet program and enhanced sidewalk dining. So looking at extending that into our alleyways as well. We've had some interest from Hook and Line, who is adjacent to this alley. This is Pearl Alley on the Walnut Avenue end of it. And so looking at if they can sort of spill out into the alley for some al fresco dining there. And the proposal from SWA looks at even extending it to the south end of the alley towards Lincoln Street and doing some additional landscaping to really buffer that parking lot. Right now, if you're familiar with that alley, it really sort of spills into the parking and it doesn't feel like a continuous space. And so being able to really define the area better, make it a more comfortable environment that you want to go and sit out. There's a few restaurants that back onto this alley that could take advantage of that as well. So as part of our recommendations today as well, we do have a request to allow us to enter into temporary license agreements for dining in our alleyways. Right now, the downtown plan is not very clear on if that's an allowed use. And so we're working on some permanent changes to streamline that. But in the interim for this temporary season, we'd love to be able to help Hook and Line and other businesses take advantage of that now, especially as we've got some nice spring weather coming up and the summer coming. Another rendering for you, looking at how these spaces are going to be transformed at night. This is a view of Fraser Lewis Lane, some concepts that they pulled together, really using some projectors to put some cool light patterns out there. They're sort of envisioning this could be a good use for food trucks and some more outdoor dining. This could also be leveraging the restaurants that front onto this alley, as their backs are on it, but they could extend into this alleyway too to utilize this space. And they have some awesome ideas of sort of limbing up the trees more and just adding in those string lights and making it a more cohesive fit. So just wanted to give a very sneak preview and more to come on this project as we have it more refined. And then I know we've given updates on this recently, but this is also tying into the farmers market relocation and being able to program Lot 16 as part of this space and doing the infrastructure needed for that as well. Okay, so shifting over to our other focus area here, looking at our vacancies. So I made this crazy map for you with a lot of different dots to just sort of give you an overview of the current landscape of our commercial environment. So I'll go through a few ways to limit the clutter here, but as you can see, the blue dots are looking at leased spaces. So these are spaces that have like recently come online or they're close to being come online with new businesses. The green, it's a little harder to see, is our Downtown Pops participants that we're getting up and running. Turquoise is potential tenants, so those are spaces that are in lease negotiations or permitting or sort of in that due diligence phase. They aren't like fully leased yet, but they're in that process. And then the orange is the current vacancies. Lime green is our development projects. And then yellow is cold shell spaces. So these are more recent developments that have, they don't have infrastructure in the space that would make them a turnkey operation. If a tenant were to go in there, they would need to have some investment more than a space that's just been recently vacated from a prior business. So it just has a little bit more of a lead time to get that activated. And I've called out just some imagery so you can sort of orient yourself to where these are. So focusing on the vacancies themselves, we have 19 total vacancies shown on here. 16 of those are on Pacific Avenue. And then we have 4 downtown POPs spaces shown there. Some of the more recent ones that you're likely familiar with, the O'Neill space at 110 Cooper Street. New Leaf is one that has come up recently. Rip Curl as well. That is actually not on here anymore because there's a new tenant in that space already, which is exciting. That turned over very quickly. So this is just giving you a framework of sort of where we're at. 525 Cedar, that's one of our newest developments. They have 2 commercial retail spaces, and one of those spaces already potentially being leased. So just giving you that picture of what things look like.
I'll just add on the O'Neill space and on the New Leaf space. Both of those, one has an executed lease and it's just not finalized yet, so we can't announce it yet. And the other one has some activity on it. So even though you see these vacancies, there is often a lot of activity and engagement on trying to get them filled. So I just wanted to provide that additional context.
Yep, absolutely. So looking at this map, so this is showing more of the leasing activity that's happening. We've had a lot of new businesses open. I'll go through some of the highlights of that on the next slide, but I wanted to also highlight with Rip Curl, that space was occupied by a business that was located just a few doors down. They were able to right-size their space. They had more space than they wanted. They're able to shrink down a little bit. It's about 2,000 square feet in Rip Curl. They're now up and running. They've got a prime corner in Pacific Avenue that wasn't available before. Next door to that at 1349 Pacific, a store called Nicely that was on Locust Street has moved in there after Three Birds has closed, and they moved over very quickly. They're now on Pacific Avenue. They have better frontage. So while the vacancies are difficult and we want to manage them, they also open up opportunities for other businesses, and we get to see the natural environment sort of get shaken up. People get to take advantage of a space that maybe wasn't available for a time, and so it's just all part of that cycle. And so just want to highlight some of these downtown openings. We've had 14 open since November of 2024. And just a few of the highlights, Neighbors Pub is really excited. That's just outside of the district, and was lucky enough to do the ribbon cutting with the mayor and Councilmember Bruner there to celebrate that new business. It was a long time coming. And Offshore Sounds on Locust Street, record store. They have one in San Francisco, opened up here. Game Santa Cruz, really neat. Board game cafe, you can go and rent table time and go and try out a board game. And then some more openings, Nico's Ice Cream, some really good soft serve ice cream, adding to our diversity of sweet treats downtown. White Label Chocolate, you might be familiar with them as Mutari Chocolate when they were open on Front Street. They've moved into the former Flower Bar space on Cedar Street. And then we're looking forward to the Alley-Oop, which is going into formerly Poet and the Patriot space, going to be a speakeasy cocktail lounge, the same owners as Mission West on the west side. And then the soon-to-be-coming national retailer that we're really excited about going to the New Leaf space, and Paystand is one I wanted to call out as well. So this is an office user that moved into the Rittenhouse building, bringing about 100 employees downtown. That's an area that we've really needed to see bounce back from the pandemic. And they chose to move their headquarters here from Scotts Valley. So really excited to have another office user, a large office user in the downtown. So that really helps sustain our business space. Okay, so going into our Downtown POPs program. So this is our vacant storefront activation program. We set this up during the pandemic in response to a lot of the closures, being able to create a master lease for the city with the property owner of a vacancy, and then we sublicense that space out to a tenant. We provide the property owners with a guaranteed minimum rent, and then we collect a highly subsidized rent from the tenant, a percentage of sales, so 10% of sales to pass through to the landlord. Really gives a runway for businesses to be able to get into a space, test a concept, and then provides that needed revenue to the property manager or the property owner as well. So we've had 4 businesses go through this program, and we utilized 3 spaces previously. With this round, we're currently working on 701 Front Street, 1407 and 1409 Pacific, so that's the Palace and Pete space. And then looking at utilizing the former Logos building as a police substation. So we're working on the lease agreements for these spaces. We are actively marketing 701 Front Street. And so would like to put the call out. If you know of anyone that's interested in these spaces as well, please send them our way. We're excited to get them up and running. And as part of this, we created this program in 2021, I believe. And so things have changed a little bit in terms of the market rents. At that time, we had set it at $1 per square foot minimum, $2 per square foot maximum. We're looking at a modest increase that we'd like to make to that structure to offer $1.25 per square foot minimum and a $2.50 max. The other thing that we'd like to adjust for with this is spaces that are larger than 4,000 square feet. In the past, we've done smaller spaces, 2,000, maybe 3,000. And so it's easier to manage budget-wise, but with larger spaces, we want to be realistic and sustainable with the funding that we have. And so looking at putting a cap on the city's investment in that at $5,000 per month. And then capping the return for the property owner at $10,000 on those spaces over 4,000 square feet. Another component we're looking to add to this program and formalize is a business retention model. So looking at using this funding to also help prevent vacancies from coming. So if a business has changed to a new owner and they need a little bit of a runway to get going and take over that new business, or if they're at risk of closing, or if there's some change to their business model or something, being able to provide a 6-month rent subsidy to help prevent that vacancy or give them that runway that they need to keep going. So looking at priority on Pacific Avenue and looking at sort of established businesses, recognized brands as our criteria for applying that option. And then as we've been doing this work, we've done a lot of outreach in terms of property owners with vacancies, but also our existing businesses, and majority of our focus is on business retention, aside from the attraction piece of it. So from our meetings that we had, a handful of meetings earlier this year, some of the biggest things that we heard from folks were high cost of employee parking and the impacts of that on employee retention, concerns about the increasing vacancies in downtown, concerns about theft and public safety, and there's actually a lot of interest in demographics of the new downtown residents from our housing and sort of what that means for their businesses. So in response to those meetings and what we've already been working on, the Public Works Parking Division is working on some employee parking rate options, so some changes to those. Those have already gone through Downtown Commission and will be coming to the council in the future. But the proposals that they have would make a really meaningful difference for downtown employees and give a lot of different options depending on their work schedule and what they need. So we've shared that with some of the businesses that we met with, and they were really encouraged by that work and excited to see that come forward. We've also hired the Retail Coach, which is a retail consulting agency. We launched with them last fall, and so they do lead generation of retailers, and so they will contact retailers on our sort of wish list and do that proactive outreach to try to make a match for our local brokers and property owners. So just trying to be more proactive. Our brokers are already doing a really great job getting out there and seeing who's interested, but this is just another tool in that toolbox to see what else we can bring to the table and see if we can make things happen. They also provide market analysis, which is helpful as we're just doing that attraction piece as well. We've also heard from our police department and from businesses that the enforcement of Prop 36 is having an impact. They're seeing that decline in retail theft, which has been really encouraging as well. And then additionally, we have been working on and will continue to be working on some permit streamlining, really trying to look at what we can do to reduce the permit requirements and costs and time for those ground floor uses that we really want to see in the downtown. And then additionally, so one of the major businesses that we met with, which Bonnie had mentioned in her intro, is our movie theaters downtown. So these are major anchors. They're in very large spaces. They attract a high number of visitors all the time. And so something that they shared with us was around the cost of parking and what, being able to compete with some of the regional movie theaters that aren't in spaces with paid parking, Capitola, Scotts Valley, other areas. And so we're looking at creating this movie theater retention pilot program, looking at being able to provide reimbursement for parking validation, and looking at about $50,000 per year for a 1-year pilot on that.
And I just wanted to add to that, the other thing worth mentioning in meeting both with Santa Cruz Cinema and with Landmark Theaters that runs the Del Mar on our behalf, they both have talked about wanting to stay the long term, looking to the future, acknowledging how difficult the environment is right now and their current sales right now, and analyzing sales between their downtown locations in the instance of Santa Cruz Cinema and other locations that they have. And the major difference they see is that they have free parking at the other locations. I also wanted to acknowledge a major commitment by their part is they want to stay downtown. It's really challenging right now. And they're also willing to invest in both theaters. So both Landmark and Santa Cruz Cinema are going to be investing hundreds of thousands of dollars into new seats and reclining seats and improvements in the theater, and recognizing that they really need to do that to be competitive in the theater industry and really to bring people to our specific downtown locations. So acknowledging that commitment on their part and really looking at what are those factors that make downtown sometimes not the first choice for visitors is part of the dialogue that we've had with them.
Okay, and then another component of this package addressing vacancies is our first reading of the vibrancy ordinance. So this is something we've been working on with Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson, Councilmembers Newsom and Golder. And so the purpose of this ordinance is to incentivize property owner engagement, encourage leasing of vacant storefronts. We want to promote responsible property maintenance, requiring the reasonable upkeep of empty storefronts. And then we're looking at a rollout of this ordinance on Pacific Avenue initially, with a review of its effectiveness for implementation in 2026. So the core components of this ordinance are property maintenance. So this establishes some maintenance standards that would apply to all empty storefronts, regardless of how long they've been open. This gives us a stronger enforcement mechanism than we've had under our existing code requirements. It also creates a registry program. So any empty storefront that's been vacant for 2 years or more would need to register with the city and pay a fee for that. We did build in some exemptions to that registration if the property owner is actively participating in downtown pops or allowing use of the space for another activation, such as an art display or some other use. If they're actively under construction to make the storefront leasable, or if they're leased and actively engaged in the permitting process. And then, like I mentioned, this strengthens our enforcement mechanisms and just really seeks to have better compliance with our maintenance standards downtown. So this is sort of a breakdown of the different maintenance standards that are included that apply to all vacancies when the ordinance goes into effect. The basis here is that the storefront needs to be kept clean, free of graffiti, trash. If they have an alcove, that needs to be maintained. The property needs to be secured, prevent trespassing. And then another key component of this that I'll add is that we did build in a requirement to install window coverings on the vacancies or provide some sort of curated window display. With the window coverings, we're proposing to make a program out of that the city would fund the design and install of those for the first year, cover the cost of that. And so we're looking at creating some nicely branded city designs, utilizing our new brands, and being able to have sort of a consistent look and feel across downtown on those vacancies. The property owners would be able to provide their own coming soon or different covering, but it would need to be approved by the city first. So there's also additional requirements for registered properties. So once a storefront is vacant for 2 years or more, as I mentioned, they would need to register. There will be a registry fee. We haven't set that yet. It will need to be set by resolution at the city council at a future meeting. And we've built into this ordinance that once it takes effect, any vacancy that's currently 2 years or more would need to register at the time of effectiveness. So we're not waiting for that period to come in 2 years from now. And then the additional requirements are hiring a local property manager to be able to maintain the space and doing at least monthly inspections of the space to ensure that they're complying with the requirements. We do state that they have to be within 60 miles to be considered a local property manager, and the owner could serve in that capacity if they can meet that requirement as well. And then our final requirement there is that they must meet with the city staff at least once a year, economic development and planning, to just monitor sort of their status of leasing and any maintenance issues that they might be experiencing on the property. So our timeline for this ordinance, we are presenting the first reading today. If approved, it would come back at the May 13th meeting for a second reading and final adoption, and then implementation would take effect 30 days later, June 12th, and then we would begin notifying and begin enforcement of those maintenance standards. And then looking at coming back prior to June 2026 for citywide implementation to gauge effectiveness for citywide. And here are the recommendations from the staff report. And I will take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Ms. Unit, thank you very much. Let me see if there are questions by council members. Work our way around here. Councilmember Golder.
Well, I appreciate you thanking me. I actually never attended one of the meetings. I replaced Councilmember Watkins on this. So I went to one. Okay, one. So I can't take any credit, but I do think this is a great concept. But I do have a couple of questions and suggestions and things that people have brought to me. I love the idea of the lighting up at night and the fun lights. And I was just recently at another city having dinner, and we sat at this waterfront table, and I was facing the waterfront, and my nieces were here. And then as we got up to leave, I turned around and the whole restaurant was gone. It was outside. And so I was like looking, how did they do that? I was snooping around, and they had up lighting that they were shutting off slowly, progressively. They were moving away tables and chairs, and they had the umbrellas in these things that were built into the pavers that you could remove and cover up at night. And I was like, how the heck did that happen? I was like, wait to tell us the restaurant's closed, just literally take everything away. So I thought some of those cool concepts would be like beautiful in some of those alleyways, or when you're thinking about al fresco dining down there. I love the Dream In projector that we've all seen, and so I think that's a great way to activate a space and make it more exciting and engaging. And the playgrounds and swings and things like that down there with all the new folks moving into these residential buildings. There's kids and families, and having places for them to play outdoors is always great, along with bringing your kids downtown to shop or dine or whatever. I love all of that. One thing that I've seen in other cities that I think would also improve this activation would be adding, with the wayfinding, plaques or signs with nature or history as you're walking around, and you can explore and, making it consistent design, but where you can explore local flora and fauna or history or fun facts, whatever it may be. And then in terms of questions, I had a anchor tenant reach out to me just today, so I apologize that I didn't get this to you sooner, but his concern was that when activating the spaces with the POPs businesses that are temporary, making sure that we're not competing with our anchor tenants and doing the same kind, knowing that if it's a permanent business, yes, of course, that's healthy competition, but that we're not subsidizing a business that's moving in adjacent to another existing anchor tenant that's already struggling. And so I'm just wondering, is there plans? It's being run through ED, so I'm assuming you've thought of that, but I just wanted to note that as a question.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment and that question. We're really sensitive to that, and we've been sensitive to that during the pandemic. That was one of the major concerns that came up at the time, is just the fact that we are putting a city investment in there, and we do have other businesses of similar type. So we're really trying to prioritize, and during the pandemic, we also really looked at the activation. So we had some pretty creative, looking at different art installations, looking at different possibilities, and trying to have complementary uses and potentially also some new uses. We're looking at sort of activating in that experience of coming downtown and being and utilizing a space a little differently. So that's part of our goal, and that's certainly the goal with the activation and the alleyways, and all the graphics that Rebecca showed, is really looking at how can we bring both bring people who haven't been downtown in a while back downtown, but also bring new community members downtown and bring visitors downtown, and have things that on any day of the week, they know they can come downtown for that. And while they're downtown, they also go shopping or eat, so that's our goal in really looking at. It's to support the existing businesses, to attract new businesses that just make the downtown even more vibrant and sustainable into the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that thoughtfulness. Another question I have, and it's in regards to like something that you kind of brought up of what can we do to support new businesses. One, I've heard from, I think, 4 businesses I can think of, and maybe it's with Director Butler's department, is when people are going to install signs, apparently the process is really long. And I don't know if it's because it's like you need a structural engineer. I have no idea. But 4 different people have reached out to me like, oh my God, I can't get my sign through the planning department or whatever. And can you help with this? And I haven't been much help, but I think that if we're looking at removing barriers, I don't know what the process is or if there's state legislation or codes around this. But if we could work with that, it would get people open faster.
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Golder. We have heard that, and we have started our implementation of a new process that allows for the planning sign approvals to happen over the counter instead of a submittal and back and forth. We've got the people right there, and so that's saving substantial amount of time. And we're looking at how we can speed that up in the building review as well, because there is a building permit associated with their attachments and electrical if there's lighting and so forth.
Sure. Yeah, I figured as such, but I just thought I would throw that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, we're aware of that and certainly working on it.
And then my other question is in regards to the trespassing letters. So existing businesses, my understanding is they have to have the trespassing letters on file annually in order for police to remove somebody that's sleeping in their alcove if they have a business or they own the property, whatever it may be. I'm wondering if to help keep things clean for people, if that's true, that we have to have it on file annually, can we mail them out to all the business and property owners annually and just say return by this date so that it, you know how things go, like everyone's busy, but if you get that, you'll return it. Where it's like, is that something we could possibly do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something we could definitely be more proactive on. They do have to renew them annually, and they do have to get them notarized now, which is another barrier.
Let's hire a traveling notary, Bonnie.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that's something we've discussed was, doing a sort of pop-up, trespass letter event and have a notary there that can just knock them out in one go. Something we can certainly look at being more proactive on.
Because I think that would help with the feel for public safety for folks. And as, some of the businesses they're not just the business owners working there, they're teenagers working in the shops and they're having to go unlock the door and, excuse me, sir, like, can I, it does add to people not wanting to go. I'll just say that. And then finally, in terms of pop-ups, we were talking about the skateboarding at Capitola Mall or pickleball or a snowboarding demo or I don't know, some kind of art demonstration. I don't know, thinking of things that are not a store, but I know you're probably working on that. But other types of fun, physical ways to activate spaces that are maybe sports related.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my New Year's resolutions was trying to get pickleball downtown. I haven't quite come up on it, but I've got some ways to go on the year. But yeah, we absolutely are looking at those creative ideas. I've reached out to some like family play spaces and just different things that would fill this space. We're also looking at if there's some public art fabrication that could maybe happen in one of these spaces that would bring a lot of community members in that maybe wouldn't come downtown, but then would go and, visit our other businesses. So yeah, definitely looking at those creative things and reached out to the different organizers of those, see if we can attract them into these spaces.
Thank you guys for your work.
We do have a skate idea that we're working on as well.
Other questions, comments by members? Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a significant level of appreciation. I love the multi-pronged approach, right? You have activation, you have retention, you have interesting ideas to increase activity. You're bringing in opportunities for young people to enjoy their time downtown. So I really appreciate the effort that went into this. We have received a lot of very positive feedback ahead of today's meeting, so I do want to acknowledge that as well. I do have a couple questions and a couple considerations for I won't refer to this. For the alleyways, one thing I would suggest considering is anytime you have play, have seating for parents. I can't tell you how many times I drag my kids to the mall to sit in the area where the hot dogs are and just watch them play in that pretty terrible play structure. But honestly, there's food, there's play, and there's seating. And I think that would make a huge difference. the entire demographic of Santa Cruz teenagers is going to hate me for this, but I do think the Santa Cruz Cinema needs to consider their business model. I do not know of a teenager that has paid for a ticket in the last 3 or 4 years since COVID. So that's something to think about. They do not collect tickets when you enter. It's all on an honor basis. So it's something to consider for our conversations with them. Don't ask me how I know about that, but it is well understood. So let's try to get a handle on that. In addition to that, I have a couple questions about the vibrancy ordinance. How come we are not considering the downtown management corporation district with the perpendicular streets? I do think those retail establishments have a cohesive identity, and it seems reasonable to include them in addition to Pacific Avenue.
There's a question.
Yeah, I think initially we're focusing on Pacific Avenue. It's both a capacity issue and just as a pilot in the first year. We're working collaboratively with planning and code enforcement and just want to get a handle on the overall program first. And then when we come back to council, we're going to report out on the overall pilot program effectiveness, the cost of the program, both from a staff time and our investment in the window coverings and some of the other elements, and give a full accounting to you and get direction for the next year. But the idea is that we do expand it. So after the first pilot year, all goes well, we'll be expanding it citywide, not just the side streets.
Thank you, and I fully understand that. I do think there's a built-in conflict when somebody, 25 feet away that basically shares a business frontage is not impacted, whereas somebody on Pacific is. So I understand the limitations too, and appreciate the capacity limitations. And then this last question is, I think, for the city attorney, although the staff probably could answer it too. I'm not sure I'm reading a strong distinction between our current code requirements and what's in the new ordinance as it relates to maintenance. And so I wonder, in terms of what we are additionally asking downtown businesses to do under this ordinance, blanketly, it seems like those are our assumptions or requirements for any business across the city with regard to maintenance. And so I was curious about your perspective on that. Am I reading that right? And hold up one just a sec. I'm sorry, let me get this one out. And then in terms of enforcement, I think there's the suggestion, or not the suggestion, that it's the normal code enforcement. What is it, Title V? I'm not sure, Cassie, but.
Title IV.
Title IV. Are these going to have to be declared a public nuisance for us to enforce? I'd like to have some clarity around that as well.
Thank you for that question. The new maintenance requirements are in the proposed 5.84030, and you'll see there's a subsection A through I. And so those are all sort of new, very specific requirements that are in the code. I mean, I think you could arguably say that some of this conduct was covered in a more general way in other parts of the code, but this sort of really sets out with specificity some of the very specific problems that I think staff and council members have been seeing. So for example, I think subsection E talks about broken, cracked, badly scuffed windows. That's getting a little bit granular, and it's very specific. And I think that is something, especially as we're just trying out the applicability on Pacific Avenue, that we would like for there to be some sort of consequence and enforcement related to that. Does it have to be declared, specifically declared a public nuisance? Any violation of any one of these sections, we leave things very broad so that we can have all of our remedies available to us if we want them as we're drafting this. So typically, I think it would be enforced via a citation, and a citation could be issued. And then if you look at section, where are we? 5.84060, that proposal, there are some, there's a section C and D that talk about sort of additional methods of enforcement that are contemplated for repeat offenders. So if you're getting multiple citations within, the defined time period, there's an option of, requiring additional security patrols, perhaps requiring video monitoring, perhaps hiring a new property manager. And these are sort of unique ideas that we're trying out. And I think that's why, Bonnie Lipscomb's proposal was to do it for a year to try it out. And I think it'll be interesting to see how enforcement goes in the first year and if any tweaks are needed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor is recognized.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, please proceed.
All right.
Try and check out who the next ones are.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much for the work on this and for the partnership. And to my colleagues, you did attend a meeting and we've had offline conversations as well. We say all the time that downtown is the heart of our city, and I really truly believe that. We've got shoppers and employees and business owners from all over our city that frequent downtown, from all over our county and beyond that frequent downtown. And while I hear podcasts and hear on the news of other communities downtown sort of really fizzling and even dying, that's not the case with our downtown. Contrary to what some folks may have the narrative that may be out there, that's not the case. I mean, did you say 14 businesses open since November 2024? I mean, that's pretty amazing for a city of our size. So really kudos to you guys and your team for making all that happen. And this is a way that we are further committing that we're going to spend energy and resources and invest in our downtown because it is the heart of our community. Couple of just sort of thoughts to add. Really glad to see the parking stuff that's being done because we heard kind of over and over again that that's a huge barrier as we were doing our outreach. And I know that I spoke to you guys about this, but the Go Santa Cruz program, I think we can do a better job, we collectively, with the Metro. So Scott and I will take, Councilmember Newsom and I will take it back to the Metro as well. We could do a better job of, I think, reaching the intended audience, our city, our downtown employees. How are they informed of the Go Santa Cruz? So let's try both and. The activation, the alleyway activation, I'm so excited. I know if former Councilmember Watkins were here, she'd say, I started talking about this on day one of when I was on the council. I would like to add interactive art to that list, and I'll add that when it's time for a motion. That's something we talked about. Experience-based activation is something we've been talking about as a community. So yes to pickleball, even though I'm terrible at it. Yes to skateboarding, even though I don't know how to skateboard. There are other things I could do. But again, when it gets to that, to the motion making, I would like to see us actually invest, as we roll all this out, invest some resources to having some activation events. And then just on the vibrancy ordinance, really what I want to say is, well, thank you, Cassie.
You're welcome.
There was a lot of pulling pieces apart. And, when Councilmember Newsom and I got started on this a couple of years ago, we're like, oh, other cities have it. This is easy. Like, let's move ahead. But we found out 2 years into it, not 2 years into it, pretty quickly, and now 2 years, that there were a lot of pieces to work through. And I want to point that this was a real collaborative effort. The business owners and the property owners and the brokers, the conversations, if you're listening, the conversations that we had, we really heard you. All of us heard you, and we incorporated a lot of your feedback into what's now before us. And we'll try it all on. It's a pilot. Try it all on and see how it works. So those are my comments.
Very good, thank you. Further, Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you. Yeah, the downtown recovery strategy has really thoughtful elements here, and I really appreciate all of them. Pickleball too, great goal. And I appreciate the grant for the theater here too. It really, seems justified for them. I'm interested to hear about, the improvements that the theater is proposing to, like when they'll occur, maybe how we'll hear about that, so we see how our money is spent, if you will. And yeah, I'm interested in the advertising piece, you know, the marketing program to encourage this, you know, maybe what other partners, you know, with the university to encourage UC students coming down, with Metro, you know, how do we share this with new residents, with school families? You know, could we do a free parking day on the day that there just happens to be no school or something like that, you know, kind of thing. Nonetheless, once again, I really appreciate the thoughtful elements in here as we're working on this. Thank you to the staff.
Any questions, comments? Councilmember Newsom is recognized.
I'll save my comments till the motion.
Okay. Let me see if there's anyone with us who wishes to make comment. Anyone online? We'll take the person online. Good afternoon, person online. Welcome to the council meeting.
Yes, hello. This is Garrett. Hey, just before I start, I missed item 32. Boy, I had some choice words for that. You missed a good one. Anyway, I would like to say that I really do appreciate all the creativity, all the thought, all the ideas that Economic Development Department has put forward. You know, it's a serious business, and you know, I appreciate what they're doing. And but as you know, that's kind of not my thing to work on the positive side, because I have a few things to say. I mean, I kind of see this registry and all the fines, you know, kind of like empty home tax too, you know. I don't know, you just want to kick people when they're down. I don't know. This seems a little strange. You know, this vibrancy ordinance with the window coverings kind of reminds me, remember in COVID at the sports arenas when they put up cardboard pictures of people in the stands, you know, like, hey, there's people here. No, there aren't. I'll just relate that, whatever. You know, and hey, who destroyed businesses during COVID? Who is that? Anyway, as far as the employee parking discounts, I mean, I'll bet you that includes government employees, huh? But, you know, how does that increase business? If there's something wrong with the parking rates, you know, maybe everybody needs to benefit. In a more sarcastic vein, you know, hey, had you considered playing some Santa's Village Muzak music to 365? You know, maybe people buy more stuff. You know, and also, do you think it really helps to have any semi-protests at the theaters and stuff? I know you can't do much about that with free speech, but I'll bet you that's not helping any. I guess, well, as an anecdote, I don't go downtown at all, and I'll tell you why. Because like I went down to Dairy Queen for kind of a date, as I used to do, and as we were eating hamburgers there with a window, and there's a picnic table outside, and there's also a trash can right outside the window where we're eating in the booth. Some bum comes up and starts shuffling through the garbage can, and I thought he was looking for recycling, but no, he's looking for food to eat, and he's shoving, you know, trash food in his pockets and in his mouth, and then he moved over to the big dumpster. And I went out, I mean, they feed you a lot of stuff. There was giant supersize everything, and I didn't want to eat all my fries. I went out there and handed him some fries, and he took them, and his hands were filth. I mean, just filth. I mean, you couldn't see his hands for the dirt and all the filth that was on him. So, you know, kind of makes me not want to go downtown. Okay, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Ms. Bush? We'll take next person online. Good afternoon and welcome to the council meeting.
Good morning, council members and mayor. First, I'd like to second all the appreciation and gratitude for this really creative and awesome plan. I'm excited to see it piloted. One thing that is coming to mind as I think of what makes a vibrant downtown is, you know, people at the forefront versus cars. And so, I don't know if it's part of this plan or a suggestion to consider it as another pilot project, but I would personally love to see a partial closure of Pacific Avenue, whether that's a full closure of the entire corridor on weekends or, you know, doing a trial closure of small sections. I think that, it invites space for more parklets that bring in more business for outdoor dining, more frequent public events, and more people enjoying our greatest public space, which is roads. Roads which currently afford a disproportionate amount of space to traffic and parking on a corridor that just is not a vital thoroughfare for vehicles, with abundant parking in side streets and parking garages around it. Businesses benefit when more people are biking and walking, and generally just taking up space on Pacific, finding and shopping on happenstance, contrary to the narrative that everyone must be able to park at the front door of a business in order to shop there. We've seen a glimpse of what this could look like when Pacific was closed to cars during the pandemic, and I can only imagine the vibrancy that a closure would bring in our post-pandemic reality. It's no coincidence to me that Americans flock to quaint international cities to experience what we often lack here in our own home in the US, which are really vibrant people-first spaces in the core of our towns, which are our downtown strips free of cars. And I think Santa Cruz has the opportunity to pave the way as a world-class location for residents and visitors alike. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else online, Ms. Bush? We'll take next person online. Good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting. Three, two, one. Anybody else online, Ms. Bush? We'll take next person online.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh, hi. Good afternoon. This is Judy Grunstra. One thing that seems to be lacking is discussion about public restrooms. You're going to attract all these people downtown, but where are they going to go to the bathroom? Which is, everybody has to do it. So let's hear more proactive and, whether it's the Parks and Rec Department or Public Works, whoever, or council can urge this issue to be moved forward on your agendas. More public restrooms, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Ms. Bush? Take the next person online. Good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Kyle Jordan, resident here of Santa Cruz, and just wanted to say that I appreciate staff's recommendations, really excited for this program. Also wanted to echo what a previous caller was saying about studying the potential for a closure of Pacific Avenue, either part or in full. Pearl Street in Boulder is a great example of a downtown that has remained vibrant through a street closure. It does have some pass-throughs, so traffic can move perpendicular, but not along Pearl Street. And it's a very vibrant area where people travel specifically to go to Pearl Street because they can walk and eat food and sit on benches and look at the beautiful views without car smog, without traffic horns honking, without anybody playing, loud music out their car windows. I think that would make for a more vibrant downtown, and I encourage you to direct staff to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else online, Ms. Bush? No one with their hand raised? Anyone else in council chambers? Matters back before the body. Pleasure of the body. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendations 1 through 6, along with the additional direction. And Ms. Bush, if you could please put that up. With the additional direction to direct staff to return to council by June 10th, which is the first meeting in June, with options to streamline the permitting process for new businesses and ground floor vacant spaces in commercial and mixed-use areas, including pre-submittal interdepartmental meetings for applicants prior to plan check submittal, extension of the validity of use permits, and explore not imposing plan check and permit fees with the goal of saving new business applicants time and money in the permitting process.
And I'll second.
There's a second. You may open on your motion.
With a friendly amendment that's already up there.
Where is that?
Direct staff to include interactive art as one of the alleyway activation options.
and direct staff to come back to council with an agenda item to appropriate $50,000 from the Economic Development Trust Fund for implementation of downtown activation events over the next 6 to 12 months.
Is that considered a friendly amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You may open on your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really want to thank the Economic Development Department, the Planning Department, and the city's attorney's office for the work on this project, or on this package. This was really great work, and really want to thank you for that. I also really want to thank my colleagues, Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson and Councilmember Golder, for all of their work on this as well. And on former Councilmember Watkins as well for her work on this before she rolled off. Just focusing on downtown for a second before getting to this, and what's been described is that there's momentum building in downtown. Over the last 6 months, 14 new businesses have opened. Additionally, from what I understand, there are 9 businesses that are soon to open in downtown that are in the permitting process. A national retailer has signed a letter of intent on the new lease space, as we learned. Oasis have moved into the Rip Curl space, and from what I understand, there has been talks of a new tenant inching closer to the O'Neill space, or at least some kind of movement on that. And I think what helps explain this momentum that we have going forward in downtown is the investment that has been made in downtown, or soon to come downtown. Over the last 2.5 years, this council has supported close to $30 million in downtown infrastructure improvements on landscape and streetscape, as we heard. Also over $3 million to beautify downtown through new paseos and activating alleyways. Over $275 million in a new downtown metro center and downtown library, and over $180 million in a new hotel to attract tourists and conferences to downtown. As was said as well, a police substation will soon be in downtown to situate a safe and clean environment. And close to 1,400 units are either in the process of or scheduled to be built in downtown in the coming years. And that means thousands of more people living, working, shopping, and investing their lives in our downtown. Now, the package that we have before us today builds on that investment to speed up the momentum that we are seeing in downtown. And it uses a near-term approach and a long-term approach, or a near-term approach and a long-term approach. In the near term, a streamlined permitting process and increased guaranteed minimum rent for property owners in the POPs program will help businesses move into vacant spaces quicker, cheaper, and bring new vibrancy. But storefronts vacant for 2 or more years will be required to enter a program, as we've heard, and the program will have a fee, standards such as cleanliness and aesthetic standards, and fine for property owners who do not meet those standards. But those storefronts can quickly exit that program and avoid those fines by either leasing the property or joining the Downtown POPs program, which is a successful city program that helps new businesses open downtown through lowering barriers to entry. So, really happy that we're bringing this forward, and I really think this will keep momentum going in downtown, and just really happy to see us at this point. And again, want to thank city staff for all their work on it, and thank my colleagues as well for their work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate or discussion? Councilmember Triguero.
Thank you. I'm kind of formulating what may be a friendly amendment, so I'd like to just share my idea and see if it's acceptable. This is kind of bridging off of how we, are allocating these funds for the theater. I wonder if there would be a possibility to include in here something hoping to attract a tenant, and I would need help with the language here, but essentially attracting a tenant that would serve youth and families. Like there's kid-centric cafes where they have indoor playscapes, and then they have cafes for the parents and such like that. Anyway, it's a thought that I had.
Councilmember, let me, for my purposes presiding, you want to offer a friendly amendment where in this?
I don't have language though, so I would need help with language.
Okay.
It would be an additional point.
Okay. All right.
So from either a colleague or for staff, if they might be able to help me here.
Let me ask Ms. Lipscomb and Ms. Unit to assist the council member in this regard.
If we could go up, I'm trying to see if there's one of the items that we could modify. think we'll just need to,
And perhaps the language I'm looking for is to like encourage proposals for youth serving or intergenerational.
I mean, I would just add that as we're doing this attraction effort, that is a big pillar that we're seeking out actively. And yeah, it's a major criteria that we have.
Already inside, okay.
yeah, that's based on feedback that we've had both from survey outreach and just concentrated outreach to downtown property, both owners and businesses, is trying to have family-friendly activities, and that's what led to the play structure idea.
For the public ways.
Yeah, in Plaza Lane. But so we're very focused on that. But if you want to add language, I think we would just add one to the bottom that it was inclusive of that. But we're definitely focused on that already.
So for the maker of the motion, if it's amenable to them.
I want to be sure what I know you want to add. Let's go to the bottom here. I think that's what was just said. You mean, I want to make sure, Ms. Lipscomb, you were suggesting an item 10? Is that
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Give us some quick language on that. Thank you.
Do you have an idea? It looks like
I have a quick suggestion. So one would be, as an additional item 10, to prioritize youth and family serving businesses in the downtown area.
You okay with that, council member? Is the maker of the motion okay with that? Sure. Second, okay with that?
Yeah.
It is incorporated in the motion. Thank you for that. Further debate or discussion? Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for the maker and the second, if we could scroll, when you're done, Bonnie, scroll back up to 7. Question about the language here. The way I read it is this looks like it could be construed as citywide. Is that the intention? Oh, okay. All right. Let me read that through then and make sure that makes sense. I guess maybe this, is Lee still in here? Question for Director Butler. Just want to kind of have a conversation about capacity with regard to 7. And, I'm assuming that you worked with the council members in putting this together. Any feedback, concerns, opportunities with regard to adding 7 that the council should be aware of?
Thanks very much for that question, Councilmember O'Hara. So yes, I did work with Councilmember Newsom on this, and the thought, as we discussed this, is when we bring it back, it would be applicable to a limited number of businesses. We want to make sure that, one, we have a limited financial liability associated with that, and 2, that we can actually serve the customers in this manner that's identified with the interdepartmental meeting, for example. Through that limited number, we do believe that we can serve those customers in that manner. And thank you for that question, because our staff capacity is quite limited at this point in time. We have 0 plan checkers, and so when we have these meetings, that is our building official or our deputy building official who are typically assisting. Our deputy building official is pretty much 100% dedicated to our land management system upgrade right now, meaning it's our building official that is typically taking part in these meetings, which he obviously has a lot of demands on his time. So yes, it is a challenge, but through the limited applicability, when we bring it back, we do think that we can do that. And we've actually piloted some of those meetings in response to feedback that we've received from the development community. And so we've got lessons learned from that in terms of how we can make it more effective, not only for our team, because I want to be clear that, in coordination with Councilmember Newsom, I reached out to our water department and our public works department and our fire department and our police department. We all have a part, and economic development as well. We all have a part in these reviews. And so while, it's a building permit process, many of us participate in that, and it will take staff capacity from many departments.
Thank you. If you could hold just for 1 second. Sorry, Bonnie, when you have a second, can you move back down to 7? I guess what I'm hearing you say, Director Butler, is that you're understanding that we're directing you to return with options to streamline the permitting process for a limited number of businesses. The way I read this, it's like all new businesses. So I understand that's the intention, but I wonder if we could clarify the motion language just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to do so. I think we had landed on this because we had not settled exactly on a number, but we were talking about for the first 20 businesses that submit plans. So that would be for the first 20 businesses that submit plans, they will get the streamlined permitting process.
I would love that. If we could add that, that would be very helpful to me. Thank you.
Mr. Butler, please stay there. Thank you. The plan check and permit fees are imposed on the applicant because it is a voluntary act that they are engaging in. It's my understanding that what would happen in this case if we adopted this, and this is, it's going to go forward and then it'll come back and we can talk about these issues. The issue for me is we're now going to move general fund money into that. It's not like it's going to be free. Somebody's going to have to pay for plan check and permit fees. Somebody's going to pay that. It doesn't cost nothing to plan check. It costs money and you charge people to do that. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for that question, Mayor. And we also, as is the case with some other departments as well, such as fire, we ship those reviews out. I mentioned we have no plan checkers, so we have third party and we are then paying them. So there is a direct cost to the city to this. And that's why the limited number is important and limited cost that we would be dedicating as well.
Beyond important. We don't know that all these are going to be tiny little things or, not going to take much. And somebody else may come in and want to say, well, I'm interested in the top 2.5 stories of the Rittenhouse building. I'm not interested in telling them that they don't have to pay plan check fees or permit fees, but we'll get to that issue later on, I suspect. But I want to be clear, if you do that, you're imposing a general fund obligation then for that department. I have some sense that Mr. Newsom would like to make a comment.
I was just going to quickly comment, Mayor, that as part of my discussions with Director Butler, we've talked about a limit as far as how much, so an up to a certain amount.
What is that amount you're discussing?
The amount we've been discussing is up to $20,000.
Further debate or discussion? Seeing here none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Cooley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Item 36 is the 2025-2030 Consolidated Plan, Annual Action, etc. Amendments to Community Participation Plan, and so on. We have several very smart, capable people heading up to the podium. Let me get over there. My page. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
And Ms. DeWitt?
Yes.
There we are. Good.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to speak to you today on the 2025 HUD Annual Action Plan budget. So as our mayor wonderfully said, I am Jess Meller. I'm the Housing Principal Management Analyst, and I'm joined today by Jessica DeWitt, our Housing and Community Development Manager. I want to give you a little bit of brief context for the discussion today. HUD is the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department, and they grant the City of Santa Cruz Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds, and they also grant us Home Investment Partnership Grant funds, which are called HOME. And since the city is an entitlement jurisdiction, we receive CDBG and HOME funds annually based on federal budget allocations to HUD. Then HUD takes those allocations and determines by a formula using several different objective measures how much each entitlement jurisdiction gets. And then through an action plan, that's how the city proposes how we're going to use these CDBG and HOME funds.
And this year's action plan is a special one. We're also preparing a new 5-year consolidated plan, and that sets overarching goals and priorities for how we're going to spend CDBG and home for the next 5 years. So we're currently more than halfway through our timeline, which started in October 2024. All the funding recommendations that are before you today are, they were made by the Health and All Policies Committee, Housing on the Brain, sorry. So we appreciate them for taking the time to give us those recommendations. Since that meeting, Congress and the President have approved a budget for the federal fiscal year 2025 that happened in March, and we're currently waiting for our funding allocation from HUD. So with this delay in timing, we're anticipating submitting the final con plan and action plan in June, which is a bit later than we normally do. And if there's any more changes to timeline, we'll definitely keep council and the citizens updated. So today we have 4 different actions for you to take to keep us on track that are outlined in your packet in the staff report. I'm not going to read them all to you right now to save time. But as you can see from this chart on the screen, there have been a lot of fluctuations in our HUD funding over the past 25 years. And we're still waiting for the HUD allocations, as I mentioned. So we just have estimates to work from right now. Last year, CDBG saw a decrease of 7% and home funds saw a decrease of about 45%. And so this is just like our standard grant allocations. It's not including program income or reprogrammed funds, which can sometimes supplement what we have to award each year. Starting with CDBG, we're anticipating that HUD's going to allocate approximately $475,002, very important, the $2, depending on their final allocation to us. And so we're also estimating we'll receive $25,000 in program income, and that's income that we earn on loans that have been from prior CDBG grants and allocations. So it could be like a loan repayment or interest repayment on the loan, things like that. And then we're also assuming that we're probably not going to have any prior year funding to reallocate. And normally those funds would come from either underestimated program income in a prior year, canceled projects, or in that rare occasion, a project comes in under budget. So we're not expecting any funds from that source. In total, we're expecting about $500,002 to be able to administer in CDBG funds. HUD does have a set-aside formula that allows the city to cover our administration at 20% of that grant and program income. And then we also have necessary costs associated with 2 other city programs, our rehab administration program and the home security deposit program. So once we take those required costs out, we have $389,102 for our programs and our projects. And this year we received 5 different public service applications, so our programs, a lot of great programs. We wish we could fund them all, but we just don't have enough funding. We received an application from the Parks and Recreation Department's Teen Center at the London Nelson Center, and they provide teen-focused programming to the community. We also have an application from Second Harvest Food Bank's food distribution program, which reduces food insecurity to our lower-income residents. The Teen Kitchen's delivery for low-income, critically and chronically ill Santa Cruz residents program, which would prepare and deliver meals to those who participate in that program. We had another application from Upward's Boost program, which would provide technical assistance and business support to home-based childcare providers. And we also received an application from Nueva Vista Community Resources, and they provide programming to lower income residents at both the Beach Flats Community Center and La Familia Center. So all of these applications are checked for completeness and eligibility. Then they're reviewed based on regulatory requirements, best practices that are suggested by HUD, an analysis of a HUD audit risk, current comp plan goals, and then program experience. And we also have some other areas of review like funding leveraging, making sure the city is getting the most out of their investment, program and project readiness, and then the area of impact. Are they focusing primarily on the city? Are they looking countywide? Because we want to make sure that we're prioritizing city residents. So since HUD has another cap, they cap us at spending 15% of our grant on these program services. So we're estimating that we'll only have $85,400 to spend on programs this year. So we have limited funds for so many great programs that we'd love to fund. HUD does, however, allow community-based development organizations, or CBDOs, that operate within a neighborhood revitalization strategy area. It's also called an NRSA. They can actually go above that cap. So we don't have to worry about awarding funds within that limit to those types of organizations. We do have one currently in the city of Santa Cruz, Nueva Vista, and they're marked with a star on the slide. So we're actually able to exceed that 15% cap. And so what we have before you as a recommendation is funding 3 of those 5 applications for programs at their full request. The Teen Center at $45,000, Second Harvest at $25,000, and Nueva Vista at $150,000. So total for programs would be $220,000. We did also receive 3 project applications this year, and just like with our programs, their applications are reviewed for completeness, eligibility, and then scored against a criteria rubric. 2 of our applications this year come from our Parks and Recreation Department. One is Parks and Rec is working with senior citizens opportunities to make critical facility improvements to the Market Street Senior Center. And, as we know, costs for construction have increased, so they're requesting some additional funding to help finish that project due to those cost increases. And we also have the Depot Park project. They're looking to make ADA improvements. It's the Depot building that's right next to Scott Kennedy Field. So our Parks and Recreation Department, again, running into those problems with the market of higher cost to finish that work. So that's why they're requesting additional funds. And then the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Cruz County also requested funding to replace sections of the roof for the downtown clubhouse just down the street on Center Street. And Boys and Girls Club is currently working on spending their active CDBG award that includes similar repairs. So keeping all that in mind, the recommendation for project funding is to fully fund the Market Street Senior Center at $118,600, and then the remaining funds that we have for projects going to the Depot Park project for a total of $169,102. So in summary, for our CDBG program, we're recommending to fund community programs at $220,000. Our capital projects be funded at $169,102, and administration for the city and city programs at $110,900, for a total of $500,002.
Very good.
And now briefly to talk about the home funding. We're anticipating HUD's gonna allocate about $248,458 based on that final formula allocation. We're also estimating that we'll receive $100,000 in program income, so like loan repayments, interest repayments. And since the Health and All Policies meeting, staff has been made aware that there could be up to $276,000 in reprogrammable funds. So we're still finalizing that number. We want to make sure we have it nice and nailed down. So we could be expecting up to $624,458 that we can spend and allocate for the next year. So like with CDBG, we do have a set aside for administration. That's at 10% for home. And we're thinking that's going to be $34,846. So that leaves us with $589,612 to administer between programs and projects. So we received an application for home funding for the security deposit program, which we administer in partnership with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Cruz. and that was for $100,000. And a little information about this program is they're primarily limited to low-income households that are at or below 60% of the area median income. And they provide households with 1 month's rent as a security deposit. So that leaves us with roughly $489,612 that we have available to allocate. And we don't have a project application at the moment, so we're proposing to put that into a future 100% affordable housing project. And it does include funds that HUD requires us to set aside for community housing development organizations, which are also called CHODOs. So we can award those together, the CHODO and non-CHODO funds, or we can award them separately depending on the applications we receive. So today's 4 actions will make drafts of all of our required documents available for public review for 30 days. After the comment period closes, we'll have a second public hearing in May. We'll come back to you and ask you for your final approval, and we'll have the final versions of all these documents and the action plan budget. And then as per HUD, we'll have another 15-day review and comment period, and then the plans and supporting documents are submitted to HUD, finally, phew. And then funding for our programs should be available as early as July 1st, and for our projects, probably fall, winter of this year. And as we're nearing the end of program year 2024, and our grantees are progressing towards their accomplishment goals, we wanted to give you a snapshot of what happened in program year 2023 to see the impact that all of these funds have had in our community. We've served over 29,000 different people. We've expended over $300,000 of CDBG in home. And we've had a lot of services ranging from food distribution, summer youth activities, skill development, housing assistance, both financial and legal. So they've made a really big impact in our community. And so I want to thank you for your time today. And I also want to give a big thank you to our community organizations and partners for all the work that they do daily for our community. It's really important, and we really appreciate that. And Jessica and I are available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for the thorough presentation, the good work that you both are doing, and your partners, our partners, are doing in the community. Thank you. Let me see if there are questions, comments by board members. Start with Councilmember Golder, work our way around. Councilmember.
I just have a quick question. It's in regards to the security deposit. So let's say somebody gets the deposit for a unit and then they vacate the unit. Does that deposit get returned to the city with interest from the landlord or back to the tenant?
The way our security deposit program works is once it comes back to the city, and then it can be reused again.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. Just for the benefit of my council member colleagues who I know have approved this on an annual basis, I've had a little lens into how complicated this work is. It is incredibly challenging to meet all of the federal expectations, do it at the timing that is needed, do all of your work with these estimations, because honestly, you do not know how much money is coming. It is so complicated. So to have a very concise, very direct, very accessible presentation is really appreciated. I very much appreciate it. And what it boils down to is we're supporting really important programs in our community. I have the Market Street Senior Center website open. It was a neighbor, and I know it's a neighbor of our mayor as well. It is an amazing, vital place in our community. And I know that they have been on our cycle of trying to get support for infrastructure for that building. Go to the Sunday pancake breakfast if you can, colleagues. It is a lovely experience. It's unlimited pancakes. And the Santa Cruz Follies are the ones that are cooking the pancakes as well as delivering the pancakes. You can tell that they're all dancers, right? They're all tall, angular, beautiful. It's just an amazing experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The Vice Mayor is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you again for this presentation. We saw it once at the Health and All Policies. So I did have a couple of comments and questions. I really appreciate the scoring rubric and criteria being added to that gender report. And I wanted to just clarify, experience with CDBG, that was one of the criteria. Does that include outcomes? Confirmation of successful outcomes if they were funded in the last year. Okay, that was a chat we had at Health and All Policies, so thank you for that. And then I don't know if we could answer this question, but read in the staff report that Secretary Scott Turner announced that HUD will terminate the AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing rule. And even though we have that in our housing element and we are accounted for, what are the implications? What I'm trying to ask is, does that termination at the federal level have implications in any way for what we're doing here locally? My question making sense?
Yeah, so we're still going to be adhering to the state of California's fair housing rules. So basically what Secretary Turner's action did is it makes it less work for the city to meet federal rules. So what we're doing now is meeting federal rules, and in their eyes, we've satisfied that requirement, but we're still going to go and stick to the California standard.
Okay, so it doesn't really, okay. And then my last question is the recommendation for the first public hearing to be at Health and All Policies Committee, which I'm fine with. The one concern is that we don't get a lot of folks coming to the Health and All Policies. I mean, not that there's a lot of folks here. The staff report says it would be prudent to further separate public hearing 1 and public hearing 2. Could you just further explain the why behind that?
Yeah, so our consultant, Grow America, they've done a lot of these different plans and policies, and they said, based on their experience with HUD, that HUD would like to see kind of like a more differentiation in the process. So at Health and All Policies, we really are formulating that first round of recommendations. This public hearing today would be a different, kind of like a different stage of that, and we would still have a second reading at the public, at City Council public meeting. It just wouldn't be a public hearing.
Okay, thank you, and thank you again for the very clear and concise presentation.
Further questions or comments? Anyone with us wish to make comment on the item? Anyone online, Ms. Bush? Matter is back before the body, present. Pleasure of the body.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Motion?
I'll second.
Second. Motion is second under discussion. You may open on your motion.
I think I made my comments.
There we go. Very good. Any other debate or discussion? I need to ask the city attorney if I can vote on this.
Yes, we had a brief discussion about the proximity of your home to the senior center. It appears that you're over 1,000 feet from the senior center, so you are okay to vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, good. I can still get my 8 pancakes every single
Yeah.
morning. Very good. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Golder. Aye. O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Cooley.
Aye. Motion passes as ordered. Thank you both so very much. All right, we are on item 37. This is the Public Safety Impact Fee Nexus Study and Proposed Fee Update for the Fire Department and the Police Department. This is a citywide issue. We have a brief presentation, which will be made by Ms. Nutt and Ms. Brothers. Good afternoon and welcome. You don't look like either of those people, sir, but we are very happy to see you, Chief.
I apologize. You get me.
You are always, it is a pleasure for us to have you here.
There are the support behind me.
Thank you, sir.
The tremendous support. So again, thank you, Rob Odie, Fire Chief. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity. And again, once again, thank you guys, all of you, for the opportunity to sort of revisit this. As you'll see in the presentation, we brought this to you back in November of 2023 to sort of discuss this issue. So I'll go ahead and begin here. Just briefly go over this quick agenda again to sort of be brief. I just want to talk about the background, the justifications for it. Then we'll take a brief deep dive into the public safety impact fee nexus study, and then we'll present our staff recommendations. Again, the background, thanks to AB 1600, California Government Code Section 66000, also known as the Mitigation Fee Act, we were able to conduct a nexus fee study in 2021, and that was allowed us to generate funds necessary to maintain acceptable levels of service based on development that we had sort of projected out up to 2030 at that time. And at that time, we had some exemptions at that time that were for 100% affordable housing and ADUs. That included also repairs and remodels. Over the course of that time, that was Ordinance 2021-11. And again, over time, this was our first time utilizing a public safety impact fee. And over time, we started to, to learn, and we had realized that we weren't sort of actualizing or realizing some of the, what we had projected we would see in terms of the fee collection and how it would actually help us maintain our level of service. So as you can see here, in November of 2023, we came back to council looking to approve a new nexus study and also lift the exemption on 100% affordable housing projects. And so we did embark on a new contract with DTA, our consultants, and again, did confirm that we were sort of not collecting what we had projected. And so we have that new nexus study for you today. But again, to sort of talk about the justification, working here. I hope it's on. There it goes. I think we've discussed this a little bit before, but this one is a good illustration of sort of the before and after of what we currently have in place. And what you see here on my left is 350 Ocean Street. And again, what I've really talked about before is these developments is the size, the scope, the access restrictions, and really the effect that these developments have on our performance metrics. And specifically when I talk about performance metrics, it's response time and it's our deployment expectations. So how we can actually effectively respond, whether it's a medical emergency or if it's a fire. And so we have certain expectations when we go to these emergencies. We have very strict expectations per the National Fire Protection Agency and also just within our profession overall. And so as you can see here at 350 Ocean Street, we initially had 2 single-family homes and 20 rental units over 5 buildings that were all single-story. And then over time, we introduced a 4-story building that had 63 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments. And of course, using some information from DTA, that translates to about 2.56 people per household. And so we basically tripled the number of people that were existing on that particular parcel. So we went from 57 people to 162. So again, increasing not only the call volume, but also challenging our access to some of this facility in particular. The next one is, I would draw your attention to, is 525 Cedar, which initially was a parking lot. So very limited impact to any public safety operations. I'm sure maybe PD had a couple calls there, but from the fire department's perspective, no impact whatsoever. Now we have a 5-story, 64-unit apartment building there with a commercial on the first floor, and that translates into about 164 individuals. So again, an increase in that call volume. Moving forward to just some proposed development, and again, sort of a before and after here, we have 530 Front, which is again commercial, very limited impact as it stands now. But as you can see on the right, we're going to have 276 condos, which again, based on that 2.56 factor, translates to over 700 residents, and of course the commercial. So again, just an impact that we have to contend with as public safety professionals. The next is 844, 850 Almar, the Rittenhouse. We call it the triangle on the west side. An empty lot, zero impact currently from a public safety perspective. but it'll have 38 units, which again equates to about 98 individuals on that site. And next is the 130 Center Street Calypso project. Again, a commercial as it stands now. Actually, now they're all vacant, but again, they were all commercial properties before. Very limited impact, and it is proposed to be 233 units with over almost 600 individuals in that particular. So again, just sort of painting that picture and also bringing us back to just what we have currently proposed or in process downtown. 629 units with over 1,600 people. So it's great that we're developing, but we want to make sure that we are maintaining a high level of service to the community that's currently here and that will be here. And so that's sort of what we're trying to achieve here with this Nexus study. You may ask yourself, again, not only the call volume, but how does this increase in density affect our equipment? So I just wanted to provide a couple examples. It's obviously increased wear and tear, but it also forces us to sort of expand and diversify the equipment that we have, both as police and fire department. And of course, we need additional funding sources. We're relying heavily on our operating budget, and of course, we're both general fund departments, so we have to lean heavily on the general fund. So I have a couple examples here. So from our current public safety methodology that we have in place, over 5 years, PD was able to collect $257,000, which allowed them to buy 3 vehicles. They have a really large fleet, so it's significant, but really a dent if you look at it overall. For the fire department, we were forced to replace all of our heart monitors, our Physio-Control LifePak 15s, and so those aren't cheap. They're about $25,000 a piece with associated equipment that cost about additional $2,000. And so in total, we had to replace them about to a tune of $192,000. And at the time, we only had $106,000 that we were able to collect in 3 years. And so we had to dig into our operating budget to the tune of almost $86,000. So again, that's where we were kind of wondering as to whether or not we were sort of approaching this from the right methodology. And again, that's how our next presenter will sort of get into that in the Nexus study. So again, we're just trying to make sure that we're maintaining our level of service through a robust inventory list that includes equipment on a much bigger scale, sort of due to the diverse types of equipment and the cost of that equipment. And of course, we'll sort of get into that here, which is why I would like to introduce now Mr. Richard Ruiz. He's a manager with DTA, and he'll sort of get into the nuts and bolts of the Nexus study, and then I'll come back up and go into our recommendations.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the council meeting. Thank you for being here.
Mayor, City Council staff, thank you for having me. I've enjoyed your beautiful city for the past day or so. I landed at San Jose. I had a really nice drive down to, I think it was 880. It's beautiful. I got here and I walked around town. It's very nice to be here. I'm from Southern California. It's a little bit different up here. Okay, I like it. All right. If I can start, let me see my first slide. I've been working with your staff over the past year. We put a lot of work in. You have a great staff, and we want to present this Nexus study. First off, I wanted to kind of just go over the basics on what development impact fees are. You see on our slide, they're one-time fees assessed to recover infrastructure costs required to serve new development. And that's real important. Let's say you had the slides earlier. If I'm a developer and I'm going to build 100 units, or I'm going to build 50,000 square feet of commercial or office space, that's going to generate a positive impact to the city. You have people coming in, you have jobs, sales tax, property tax, licenses, fees. It's a net positive to the economy. But it also generates some negative externalities, which is simply just the way it is. You have an extra strain on water and sewer and storm drain and fire and police. As an example, my late mother, her last year we put her in a retirement home. And I remember going to the home, and I was talking to one of the firefighters who was there. This is in Fountain Valley, California. And he said, we're here almost every day. So it's an extra strain on all this. And that's what this development impact fee is. And it's a sensitive area because you want to generate as much revenue as you can, but you do not want to discourage any development. So you have to be careful on how you calculate this. And that's what this Nexus fee is supposed to do. We've documented everything, and it has to be defensible, and we think that's what we've done for it. What There's some things it can't pay for. It can't pay for any existing deficiencies. I mean, if you have a bad roof in the fire department, you cannot fix that, or a locker room, you cannot fix that. It can't go towards any type of maintenance, but it goes to capital assets with a life of 5 years or more, whether it's buildings, land, equipment, and property, and so forth. And okay. All right, there we go. There we go. There are a number of ways we can do this. We have a number of acceptable methodologies, and the methodology we use is specific to the city we're working with. Again, it has to be documented, it has to be defensible. What we did is we used what's called a standards-based level of service methodology. We worked with the staff over the past year, and we went through their inventory of buildings and land and equipment. We put together, we quantified the level of service, how many square feet per person, how much land per person, and we came up with a number. We said 10 years from now, to maintain that same level of service, the fees have to be this. It's probably the easiest defensible methodology to use. So that's what we use, and that's how we develop the fees. And there's a new law, AB 602, that says residential fees have to be listed on per square foot basis, and you already do that. So we did that. Hotel fees we listed on a per room basis, and we'll cover a little bit more of that later. That's kind of common. It's easier to quantify. And the fees are going to include a 2% administrative component. That'll be added at the end. Here are the old fees. You can see they're single-family detached, multifamily, retail, office, industrial, and hotel. And you can see the fee levels are much smaller than they could have been before we did this fee study. And the next one was the new one. And we kind of redid things a little bit. Since we're doing it by square foot, the residential fees by square foot, we combine that. So if you have a 500 square foot unit, a 1,500 square foot unit, it doesn't matter what it is, you're paying by the square foot, and it's much easier to explain. Hotel rooms, we had the fee per hotel room. We rearranged the commercial retail, and so we think it made more sense. Office, industrial, and we added an institutional other. We added institutional because you could build something like a cemetery or a retirement home or a rehab. It's not really commercial or office, so we have it under institutional. And uh-oh, did I say something?
Retirement home, cemetery.
I didn't think, I'm gonna have to change my act. I'm gonna have to change my act and use other words, so.
Really old man.
Okay, so these are the new fees, and these are the fees that are the maximum allowable fees that you can charge. It's better to come up with a larger maximum amount than a lower one, because you can always move down, you can't move up. The law says you can do this, and we can stand up and defend them. I've had to do that in front of a lot of building associations. I've had a lot of experience with that. Oftentimes, builders don't want to pay it, and I understand why they don't want to pay it. Somebody's going to have to pay for these facilities. It's a matter of who gets to do it. And again, you want to encourage development. You don't want to scare people away, but you do want to generate revenue. Okay, and here's the inventory we used. In the red column, current inventory, that's what we use to base these fees on. You can see for the police, it's about $53 million. Last time it was $30 million, and the difference is $22 million. That's why the fees now we generate are so much higher. Same thing with fire. Fire is much, much higher. We have a much larger inventory. And again, that was all the hard work the staff did to give us all that information. And here's some projections. Here are we used estimated projections. If everything we said comes down to the square foot, that's how much money you'd offset. For police, 9.1 million, and for fire, it would be 10.12. And we have a large fee study we're going to present, and you may already have that in hand, and we go line by line, and I always tell people, we make it as simple as we can so somebody could sit down on a Saturday morning with a cup of coffee and go line by line and come up with the same numbers we did. Everything is in there. There aren't any assumptions that we don't put in. We do that on purpose. Okay, and here are the recommendations. First one, where the fees are going to be calculated based on the square footage of the proposed units. As I mentioned, we redefined the commercial and retail category. We added an institutional category. And we provided the maximum disallowable, and the staff has come up with using 80% of the maximum fees that we've calculated. And that'll probably be in the update to the study. The city will maintain an administrative component of 2% of the total impact fee to be collected. And the city, and this is really important, a cost index. So it has to have a cost escalation clause. We've used the construction cost index to account. I mean, a lot of cities will use a CPI, and we don't think that's appropriate. That's more for retail and commercial goods. The CCI is much more appropriate, and that should keep you up there. And then that's it. At least that's it for me. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the presentation. The backup material in the agenda packet was quite useful as well.
Right.
There
Thank
were
you.
some long lists that you were talking about a minute ago, but thank you very much for that. Let me see if there are questions, comments members may have. Please.
I appreciate this finally coming forward. I think this is something that the city's needed for a long time, and I know the mayor appreciates total cost recovery on anything that we can, and this is one of those instances where I think we were trying to encourage development, and so we let 100% affordable ADUs, remodels and things like that to slide, but we're really seeing an impact to our general fund when we need to start purchasing equipment and to address public safety needs. So I appreciate this and absolutely support it. Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Chief, if I might ask the gentleman if you could approach for just a minute. Does the statute cap us at the 80%, or could we go to 100% if we chose to?
Oh, no, you can go to 100%. You can go to 100%, you can go to 80, you can go to 75.
So my question would become, why is the recommendation at 80 rather than 100?
That would have to be answered by staff.
Okay. Be pleased to hear the answer from staff. Mr.
That's me in the hot seat,
Yes,
Mayor. So we had a lot of discussion around what appropriate range would be to set the fee. These Nexus studies, as the gentleman mentioned, typically come forward with a maximum allowable amount, as he had shared in the presentation. We ended up landing on a recommendation of 80%, really as part of a review of our surrounding areas and where their impact fee levels are, including their public safety impact fee levels are, and wanting to ensure that, again, we're striking this balance of both better capturing the impact of future development on the demand for services in both police and fire, while also not going so far as to have a cooling effect on the development that we're wanting to encourage in town. The amount that's recommended in the staff report is reflective of really aligning the levels that this would achieve with what many other jurisdictions are charging that have a public safety impact fee as part of their impact fees. That being said, the council has total discretion around this. I know, Mayor, you've made clear in the past that you're very interested in achieving 100% cost recovery when there's opportunities to do so. This is the recommendation. We would welcome the council's input.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Further questions or comments? Let me see if there's anyone with us who wishes to testify on this item. Is there anyone online? Matters back before the body. Pleasure of the body.
Don't everybody.
Yeah, really.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Well, there we go. Will we have a second?
Second.
And multiple seconds. We're going to give this one to Ms. Golder. All right. Under debate or discussion? Well, I will say, I do think, unless there's a compelling reason, and I think it's probably quite subjective, would be the reason, is why we aren't at 100%. This is different than essentially a tax. This is a fee, and it seems to me that what we are looking at here are the fundamentals of local government. Public safety is our basic job. We allocate the vast majority of our general fund to police and fire. I don't think we're shorting police and fire in terms of our appropriation and general fund money. I do think when we have an opportunity like this, where it's a one-time payment, that we should go to the maximum allowed under law unless there is evidence, not a belief, not a thought, not a preference, not a feeling, but there is evidence that by going to 100%, we are going to act contrary to our own best interests in terms of what might be developed. Somebody may choose to go to another city. I simply don't believe that. One of the reasons I don't believe it is because since 2017, the state government has given developers of anything multi-billion dollars of cost reductions. They started saying in 2017, the reason we're going to knock down these, quote, barriers to development is because they're so costly. Now they've had billions of dollars of costs reduced by the state government. And I think it's our obligation then, when that has happened, I don't think there can be an argument unless there's evidence provided that if we went to 100%, somehow that's not in the interest of the development we're going to see here. In other words, we're going to get less development of housing or other kinds of development. And no case has been made for that. Not a shred of evidence has been provided today to say that would be the case if we went to 100%. So I'm in favor of 100% cost recovery.
I'll make that a friendly amendment if
I'll accept up to 100. If I may. Well, I will say in our recommendations, we do have a stipulation that says we will assess full cost recovery within the year. So I just wanted to point that out. It was on a slide in terms of our recommendation. So I just wanted to make sure that was fully understood, but just wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion. So.
Thank you, Chief. Yes. Very much appreciated. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you. Very strong argument. I appreciate it. It seems to me like, though, there's a distinction between full cost recovery and the analysis of that and getting to 100% the maximum allowable fee. I mean, we may still not have full cost recovery with the 100%. So I guess I'm speculating that. I'd be in support of the 100%. I do want to have the city manager have, a final word on, are there any significant red flags apart from what you've shared in getting to the 80% that you would like to share with council before we take this vote?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember O'Hara. The only additional information I would share, again, this was in consultation both with Chief Odie, our police department, as well as our development staff. We have Lee Butler and Bonnie Lipscomb here in the room as well. They did do a comparison review of the impact fees being charged by other jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area. The 100% maximum would have resulted in ours being significantly higher than what the market currently would suggest. That being said, a few of those agencies are in the process right now of doing their own nexus studies, so it's going to continue to be a moving target. The thought process here was kind of starting with a significant increase to what the fees have been historically, while also monitoring what happens with those other fees, and in a year's time, as Chief Odie had mentioned, coming back to the council with an update and report and whether or not it may be appropriate to increase it further. So.
Councilmember Golder.
I would like to say we did have this conversation at the public safety meeting, and I think part of why I am in support of doing 100% now is we do have all of these developments happening now. In a year from now, they won't be maybe happening, and we don't know when that redevelopment is going to happen again. The other thing that's different than us and other communities in terms of fire and police response is that we have our population, and then on any given weekend or during the summer, it triples or quadruples, and so it's not exactly apples to apples. And so that's where I feel like if we have this one-time opportunity, I'm in full support of the 100%, like the mayor. So I don't know. I don't think it'll stop somebody that's with a plan in the pipeline from completing it.
I'm also imagining that we have the discretion as time moves on. We're sitting here now, and the recommendation is, let's see how it goes, and we can come back, and if we need to raise it, fine. I think the other is also possible. We go to 100% now, we review how things are going. If we think this is some detriment to economic development in our city, we can always lower it, I suspect. because the same study has the data in it that allows us to go lower, not higher, though. You know, we can't go over the 100% cost recovery here, but we can go lower and come up, or we can start higher and go down if the market says that's what we should be doing. And we're seeing a slowdown in starts or something of that nature, I suspect.
That is correct, and there is the ability for each project to actually apply for an exemption on a case-by-case basis, where they actually come before the council and just, present their justification as to why they should be exempt. So there is an avenue for that.
Thank you, Chief. Further debate or discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Golder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up. Come here more often.
Yeah.
Leave sales tax dollars here. Transient occupancy tax. But seriously, sir, thank you. It was an excellent report. Thank you for your presentation. Good to have you here today, sir. Is there further business come before the council, Madam Clerk? Madam City Attorney?
No.
Councilmember Golder, with a tear in her eye and a catch in her voice, moves to adjourn the council meeting. Let me see if there's anyone brave enough to make a second.
Second.
Yeah?
Second?
Yeah, okay, well, an equally as reluctant second from Councilmember O'Hara. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, motion carries and so ordered. We stand adjourned. Thank you.